O'clock. Let me start by just saying a couple of things that just happened since our last meeting. Obviously, we had our Memorial Day services, which really turned out to be very, very much a success. Barry Josephs, Captain Josephs, has been doing this for many, many years. We've done it outside whenever we can in front of the center building. Due to inclement weather, we had to move it inside this year. And even with the inclement weather, we had very close to 100 people who showed up. And it turned out to be an excellent event, and certainly wanted to just give him a little bit of a shout out and say thank you for his efforts as he puts this together every year. And what we did this year is something a little different. We did mail out to all the veterans in town an invitation to make sure that they knew that the event was occurring. We'll do the same thing for Veterans Day as well, but it's certainly a worthwhile event. Additionally, with this time of year comes graduations, and I'm really fortunate in that I get invitations to all the graduations, which is a very, very nice thing from my perspective. It was the first time, actually, other than being at my daughter's promotions, I guess they call it, from middle school, that I was at the middle school events, and got to meet a number of the folks who are involved there. Turned out to be a wonderful time, wonderful students, and very, very much enjoyed it. But it also helped me in terms of the invitation that I got to the Beecher, knowing that they were going there. So it kind of set me up very, very nicely along those lines. And I will say very sincerely that the more time I spend with the Beecher community, the more I enjoy it. There's a lot of really, really good things going there, and certainly you know you're dealing with good people when they recognize the fact that as good as you might feel things are going, you know that you need to do more, and there is more that can be done. And they always speak to that. You could see the kids are as excited and as vibrant and as enthusiastic as you would want them to be. So that was very much, I spoke at both of those, which made it that much more interesting from my perspective. And I did attend the high school with Jim Zioli and Paula Cofrancesco. Fortunately, did not have to speak there. I don't think they wanted to hear me, but also just a wonderful event. And we did it at a football field. It's always amazing to me exactly how many students are involved in all of that, and also just the different things that the students they spoke quite a bit, and it's just refreshing and impressive to hear them and hear what their stories are and hear what they have to say. So. Very good month from my perspective in terms of being out there in the community and talking to different folks about different things. But now bringing it back to us here, one of the things I wanted to also comment on this evening is I wanted to bring the board up to just give you a little bit of information as relates to a topic that we took up a couple of months ago, where we approved with contingency the application for the lease assignment on the Lucy Street elderly property on Lucy Street. Since that time, obviously, we've been doing our due diligence, talking with our attorneys, talking with the principals who are involved, collecting as much information as possible. A big part of who I've been in contact with, but also looking in terms of what's happening with them is CHAFA. So CHAFA opted to table the application that they have right now as they collect more information. In the meantime, I've been forwarded a considerable amount of information on that. So the board understands at this point in time, I've actually decided that we're going to put this on hold. We're not moving forward with the application until such time as I have an opportunity to truly connect and speak with and exchange information with CHAFA. We've gotten a lot of we've gotten calls and input from the community at Warner in terms of their concerns with the rent increases. We've checked that numerous times with numerous organizations, and the rent increases that are being proposed are not out of line necessarily with a lot of what's going on, and they still remain under market value in terms of most of the rents. However, it's important that we collect as much information so that we determine very specifically if this is the best option that we have. And to that end, and it may lead, depending on how far this goes, it may lead to me saying to the board that I suggest we retract that approval that we had. So more information you'll be receiving more information between now and then. I may look, as a matter of fact, if CHAFA decides to schedule a meeting prior to our next meeting, I may look to set up a special meeting for us. So please keep that in mind, so as to further discuss, and as I say, I'll be providing you information on this in the coming week or so as to where we are and what we're doing, and just about the information that I've seen, so that you understand what's going on. So, with that,
Well, Mika, just
Yes.
to be clear then, none of the proposed renovations, the fence improvements, none of that is moving forward at
No,
this time?
no,
Okay.
because that would only move forward with the new operator was
Okay.
the one who committed to making those things happen, and we've been in touch with him and with the current operator. So there's some things we got to iron out before then.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, you're welcome. You're welcome. Also, there will be an opportunity in July for the tenants to connect with me. I'm going to be going over to the Woodbridge Center on the Wednesdays of our meetings. I'd asked them if I could just have folks, since it's a forum, they have people there. I just wanted to connect with those folks over there on a regular basis, so we're going to have a session there, and certainly these folks from the community can also offer their information or input at that time. So, and I'm hoping I can get down there, but that's all contingent upon us, what the current owner feels he wants to do. So, and with that, I will now ask our superintendent, Fonda Tenza, to give us an update on, now that school's over.
School is over. Today was our first day without students, and we had over 30 teachers and all of our administrators working on English, language arts, and math curriculum for the next 3 days. It's a pattern that we get into, and we're very fortunate. You know, it's again a tribute to the building and the teachers, that the children would walk out the door yesterday, and the teachers continued to walk in the door today. That's amazing, so many of them, really. So, and we value their voice, so having their voice involved in the curriculum development is a wonderful thing for the district. I always start with enrollment, so currently we're at 890. We ended June 1st with 890 students. You know, to give you a benchmark, last June we had 866. So we continue to follow a nice, strong trajectory, and, you know, when you think about that, thank a teacher, because they're the reason people are moving here. So our year ended, as Mika said. It was wonderful. It was wonderful to speak, you know, alongside Mika, and, you know, Lisa Sherman and the PTO was represented. Wonderful group of students leaving. It was a very large class. It's our largest group. It was 7 sections. It's a lot of kids. At the beginning of the year, I shared with you that, you know, the State Department of Connecticut had not approved our reading waiver, so we finally have ended the year and finished our piloting process and have selected a resource. BRS selected its Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, kind of a merger of companies, into reading as our resource to support our curriculum science of reading implementation. And so the literacy team is working now with teachers trying to help supplant our current curriculum with pieces that maybe needed some strengthening for some of our students who were struggling with reading and are benefiting from those strategies. So the cost of this was roughly $200,000. It was all covered through state grants. So the state offered 2 literacy grants. One went to everybody. It was about $50,000, and because we are a small town district, we received another $151,000. So it covered all of the resources, the materials, 6-year digital subscription, and the professional learning component. So no budgetary impact, and, you know, just a lot of work ahead over the next 2 years. So roof and grounds, just, you know, one more reminder for the public that work starts very, very soon. You know, we expect over the next few days to start maybe seeing some things start to come in. So our building is not going to be as open as usual and accessible. Staff will need to work with administrators in advance to come into the building. So we look forward to that, and it will be conducted in phases. Space needs, I believe that Dr. Madonic will address this later. So there just are a few things that I want to say. Our group, led by Maria Madonic, has been working under a timeline. So we started right around March 11th, releasing an RFP/Q. And so between March and now, so that's not a lot of time actually, the RFQ was released. We had, organizations apply, they came through, they walked, they looked through. 5 firms submitted proposals in mid-May, just about a month ago. We conducted interviews, and, just this week, we finished our interviews, and again, Dr. Madonic can talk about that. What she may not talk about that I just wanted to share briefly, because she's probably quite humble, is that the facilitator actually of CSG, our group, the facilitator that we contracted with, shared that our process was very thorough. He complimented us on the thoroughness of our approach, the structure of our process, and the commitment to obtaining from the firms really clear deliverables. We wanted to make sure that they understood what we were looking for deliverables, and understanding that that information was going to help us make an informed decision. And he complimented us on, actually adding another layer to our interviews. So, it is a direct result of Maria's leadership. Those were decisions that she made, and I'm sure she will not share that with you, so I wanted to.
Thank you.
A budget update. So thank you. Our budget was finalized at the town referendum, and Monday night our Board of Education will meet. We've discussed it at a finance committee meeting. We have some recommendations as to how we can achieve the $65,000 reduction without significant impact to our programming. That, again, through board discussion and approval, would prominently be achieved at my recommendation through a savings that appeared through a financial adjustment to the insurance rate that came through for us and for the town much later in the process. So very exciting for us is that will support the addition of our STEAM teacher back into our programming, and we're very excited about that. And, before I see if there's any questions, I just want to end by, expressing my gratitude. That was one of the themes that we really worked with this year, is how searching for gratitude and expressing it can strengthen a team and really help you think differently about situations. And it has been a year of really learning and growing, and again, working with this particular group, it's an honor, and so thank you. In July, if you meet, I will be on vacation, so I will see you in August.
Can I ask
Questions or comments for, yes?
a quick question for you? The roofing project, is it kicking off? I know you said that it's going to transform the campus this summer. It's all good. It's happening, right?
Yes.
You're going to have
Yep.
a nice new roof by September.
1/4 of our roof, a quarter of our roof. I just want to keep
Yeah.
reminding people that I'll be back, because this is only, sorry, this is only a quarter of our roof. It's the front part by the kindergarten,
And
the
it's
front
very
entrance.
good that you remind us of that. Yes.
Yes, it's just important, because I know even in my family, my husband will be like, we just did that. Well, we only did part of it, so,
Yeah. Terrific.
thank you for asking.
To that end, I'm sorry.
Dave Vogel has his hand up.
Go ahead, Dave.
I'm sorry, I know you couldn't see.
Oh, yeah, I could do that the other way, I'm sorry. How many students do you project? Do you have a projection for next year with the 6th graders moving up and so forth?
So our projections are fairly close. We continue to follow the projected enrollment. So we're projecting to start the year, we are losing one section of about 22 children, but we gain a number of kindergartners. So not only are we losing one section, so we're losing our entire 6th grade, about 130, 40-ish, 130 or 40. One of those sections was extra. So we are spot on. Our actual projections tend to run a little under, historically, where we are landing.
So asked another way, just to make sure I'm clear on it. Do we have an equal amount of kindergartners come into the 6th graders leaving, more, less, or?
I can't answer that specifically, because although, again, historically, we start our kindergarten registration process in the spring,
Okay,
you can't make people register. And so they pile in and they move in, and parents don't even want to think about putting their kindergartner until the end of the summer. That some
Right.
we don't have that data. It's never complete. We never know in June how many kindergartners we're gonna have off by, up to 30 or 40.
Got it. Thank you.
And Vonda, it was last year that we made the adjustment when they changed the school start age, or is it this year?
It was within this year.
Okay.
So we'll
So
see some impact on that.
Technically, any children that turn 5 all the way through December who normally
be.
would have come cannot come unless they get a waiver?
Unless they applied for a screening. So we had about 15 that
Right.
were screened, and almost all of them were accepted,
To waive in.
to waive
When they
in,
would-
right? So if
normally
that
wouldn't have.
15 compensates for the number of children that didn't make the cut, we don't know.
So this will be the first time you're finding out the impact of that
Yes,
change.
so this year and next year are difficult to predict
Sure.
on kindergarten enrollment.
It's a big change.
It is.
Other comments, questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
Hope
great
you enjoy your
summer.
vacation and the
Thanks.
Yes.
I'll
summers
check
go
my
as well.
email. I'm only going for 2 weeks.
Our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, and you've all received and had an opportunity to review the items on the consent agenda. Are there any items that you feel we should remove from the consent agenda? Seeing none, I'll now call for a motion to acknowledge and approve the receipt of the town clerk's report, the refund of motor vehicle property taxes in the amount of $2,333.19, and real estate property taxes in the amount of $1,400 in accordance with the state statute 12-129. And we are also approving the Board of Selectmen meeting minutes from May 8th, 16th, and 30th, 2024. We have a motion. Do I have a second? Maria, second. Is there any discussion on these items? Seeing none, all in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is approval for the COLA for non-union full-time and part-time workers. As you know, we completed our contracts during last year, the last fiscal year, as it relates to our town employees. And that does not include, that's specifically the union employees, does not include our non-union employees. And this is a COLA that's the cost of living increase for those employees who are non-union in the same amount as what was approved for the union employees of 2.5%. So, is there a motion to approve the cost of living salary increases of 2.5% for non-union full-time and regular part-time employees?
So move.
Is there any discussion?
I'm just wondering, and I'm sorry if you already stated this, but about how many staff members do we have that fall into this category, or what percent of our town staff?
There is probably, how many would you say, Karen, 20 or so part-time,
Regular part-time.
regular part-time, and it's about 20 or so? I'm not sure off the top of my
Full-time.
head.
Okay. So this only applies to full-time or part-time as
It's
well?
full-time, unaffiliated, and part-time regular.
Okay,
So that would be, part-time regular are employees that work a part-time schedule but are here all year round. The library, there are some part-time regular employees in human services.
As opposed to part-time help that we use, for example, for landscape, for our parks, to complement our parks in seasonally.
Right.
Or recreation, or things of that nature.
and this was already factored into the budget?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Call a vote. All in favor? Aye. Let me see, David. You know, it's really throwing me off, David, only because I keep counting 5, and it's like, I know there's 6 of us.
I got my eyes on his hand.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the town council report. Nick, anything to report?
Thanks, Mika. I don't think so. You covered Lucy Street, which I think is the, hottest item from my perspective for the Board of Selectmen. Otherwise, I have a handful of assignments I'm working through with Tony and with Karen that I'll continue to follow up with them, you know, on the sidelines. So that's all for me.
Thank you. Well, that being the case, we have, why don't we move up if we can. Sheila, I'm thinking with the board consent to maybe having Tony start his rather than getting into the strategic plan until such time as we go into, at 5:30, we're gonna go into executive sessions to talk to our attorneys. So maybe we can take some Tony's items. Everybody agreeable to that? David? Okay,
We have about 9 minutes. We have attorneys
So.
coming
why don't you go ahead, Tony, and
Okay.
just get us started?
I'll do the monthly report. Through May of 2024, our estimated year-end surplus is about $1.2 million. Our budget includes a fund balance allocation of $800,000, so that would be a rough add to our fund balance of about $400,000. We have, if you look familiar to you, this is similar to last month. We continue to have a surplus generated in interest income of about $390,000. We received an additional amount of $230,000 in state grants that we had not anticipated. We have a surplus in pool and gym of about $30,000 due to closure of the pool. We have a projected surplus of $18,000 in the building officials line due to savings in part-time wages. His schedule is generally dependent on his activity, and so we had some savings there. And finally, we have about $100,000 surplus in benefits, mostly due to the reorganization of the municipal employees retirement system plan. And finally, Amity School District returned $462,806 from their 2023 operations. Actually, they reduced our March payment. They didn't actually return it. We just paid less than we had in our budget.
Tony, do we have any information about how they're ending up the year, or?
I
it's
have not
still to
heard.
come? Yeah. Okay.
Tony, where do these surpluses go? So specifically, I'm wondering like the pool and gym.
So what happens is at the end of the year, they all net to each other, and then they go into our fund balance.
Okay,
So they all sort of collect, and then when I change this, when I go from one fiscal year to the other in our computer, they all go into our fund balance, and that's sort of how you, then you can use your fund balance as you see fit.
as you see fit.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the surplus, since, correct me if I'm wrong here, Tony, I just want to make sure to take that one step further. We generally use $800,000 out of our fund balance every year to help mitigate any increases that we have for different aspects of what the budget is.
That's correct.
So the surpluses that go into the fund balance obviously means we're not reducing the full.
We're not using that
800,000.
$800,000 because we had a surplus.
Correct.
If we were right on budget and everything was right on what we had estimated, we'd have to use $800,000 of our fund balance. But I'd say the two big items, it's mainly the interest income and the Amity's return from Amity and the state grant. Those three things is mainly where most of the money is coming from.
And Tony, that's why it's 800,000, because it had been 400,000.
Correct, that's a good
before
observation.
that
It used to be
started
$400,000, and when we switched the process of the Amity surplus issue, we increased it to $800,000. Because previously, they were returning the money to us, and we'd have to record it as a surplus, and it was complicated.
And we've essentially raised it in taxes and not spent it for a whole year, and then it's another year before we're doing anything, so we
Right.
took this. So
Right.
for next year, though, did we keep it at 800?
We kept it at 800,
Okay,
so we'll see.
yeah.
David, you had a question?
To your knowledge, is that a normal amount of surplus? Or, I've read so much about schools that are in deficits and all the problems around the state. Do we have any idea how this budgeting compares to other comparable places in terms of surplus?
I could tell you that it's pretty consistent amongst most of the finance directors that I talk to. The three items on here, the interest income, because nobody I know had thought we'd be at 5.5% when we started this budget from 2 years ago, when rates were at 0.5%. So that's pretty universal. Also, there's no town that I'm aware of that budgets for the municipal revenue sharing money, because it's not guaranteed. So most towns don't budget for that. So those two are pretty consistent. And then the last one is the MERS reorganization was done after we adopted the budget. So I think those three, you know, are pretty consistent, and those were three of our items. So I would say I've not heard of problems with municipal budgets this year, although like you've heard for education. I'm not aware of municipal issues from my peers.
David, you good?
Is you're muted?
You're muted,
I'm
Dave.
sorry, I'm sorry. I was only really just curious about whether our regional school district was normal.
Oh, in terms of their surplus.
The surplus was more of a surplus than other regional
Here-
schools or than other schools.
Oh,
Or do we have that, do we know that information?
I don't know that information.
I generally meet with the superintendent on a monthly basis, so from the meetings that we've had, it's a topic that has come up. We do not expect the types of surpluses we have been getting from the school standpoint,
Moving forward.
moving forward. So it's important for us, that's an important element for us to remember as we go into next budget cycle, that that's not something that we can count on or look toward to help us in any way. So it's a good and valid question, David, and I'm glad you brought it up.
And I think they've consistently found that it's the reserve that they have for their insurance, their self-insurance reserve, that's generating those previous surpluses, and then also responsible for not having as big a surplus this year.
Correct. So it's just something for us to keep in mind as we go forward.
Meaning they were using more of their money for insurance, their claims were higher.
Yeah, and they had a big reserve
Right.
fund, which
Right.
they had increased, and then kind of pressured to pull it down, and that's what they did. So it's coming in closer to landing on a dime, as they say, right?
Any other questions along those lines? So prior to getting into anything else with Tony, I think it would be a good time for us to consider moving into our executive session. So, to that end, I'd like to make a motion to move into executive session under section 1-2006B for open communities litigation strategy and discussion. And I'd like to invite into the executive session Administrative Officer Tony Genovese, Town Council Nick Beaumonte. I believe that Town Council Ira Bloom will also be joining us remotely, and Hannah Guzzo and Attorney Thomas Gerard are here, and we also expect Peter Nolan to join us on a remote basis. So with that, I would like to move into executive session. I'll make the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion, comment?
Can you just remind me, are we allowed to take notes
You can.
during
yeah.
executive
You're
session?
just not allowed to discuss it outside of here.
Okay.
Correct, yes, absolutely. Are we expecting anyone else?
I think that's it, if we get the Zoom.
Tom, sounds good. Okay, very good. So we will take a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
David? Okay, let's move into executive session.
regular scheduled agenda.
Hi, we're coming out of executive session. There were no motions made, no votes taken during our executive session, and we will move on to our next agenda item, which is a public hearing in accordance with section 12-632 of the Connecticut General Statute. I now call this public hearing to order to receive comments on the application received for the 2024 Neighborhood Assistance Act. The legal notice was published in the June 2nd, 2024 edition of the New Haven Register. Is there a motion to waive the reading of the legal notice?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Thank you. Are there any comments from the public present regarding the application form? Has there been any correspondence received or written comments received with regards to this application?
There have not been.
Okay? Just for purposes of understanding the application, since it was not read, the Amity Teen Center, doing business as 10 Selden Street, is asking for $24,980 for an energy efficient project, and Cure Rare Diseases Incorporated is asking for $150,000 for advanced treatment for rare diseases. Jewish Federation of Greater New Haven on 360 Amity Road is, thank you, is also looking for $150,000 for energy equipment restoration. Seeing no public comment and understanding that there are no comments, written comments submitted, I now declare this public hearing closed. And we will now I'll ask for a motion to accept the following application as I just stated for the 2024 Neighborhood Assistant Act and forward them to the Department of Revenue Services for processing. Do I have a motion?
Can I ask a quick question before we do that? So action on this isn't technically on the agenda. Should we add it to the agenda before we make that motion? Just, I don't know if that's a technical requirement or not.
Yeah, that's,
Action required doesn't have to be on an agenda for the board to take action on something. So if the public hearing is over,
Okay.
you can vote. Because the vote is just for it to be processed to you're not approving the
Right.
applications, it's just to send them
just to
in.
send them in.
Yeah.
All right, so I do feel we should take action in terms of moving these to the Department of Revenue Services, and I'll ask for a motion to do so.
So
Do I have-
moved.
Is there a second?
Maria.
Maria?
Yeah.
Is there any additional discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. Tony, I'm gonna go back to you for our next step on your report, while we wait for 6:30 to have public comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
The next item is funding requests.
Okay?
Yeah,
Yes, please.
okay.
Yes, please.
The
I'm
first
sorry.
funding request is 2324-26. It's it's a transfer of funds within building maintenance to accomplish a few repairs at the end of the year. The largest one here is the drainage line for the senior center exit ramp. Those of you who remember, we were getting water in the senior center when it rained. That's the majority of this. 16,000, it's going to repair maintenance buildings, and we'd really like to accomplish that so it doesn't, we don't get any water in our new senior center.
I'll make the motion to approve line item transfer number 2324-26 of $26,000 for additional funds needed for various repairs of town facilities, as well as to fund we got this one in here too, yeah. overtime account through the end of the fiscal year.
Second that. Is there any questions?
So will that, oh, go ahead.
So the safety fence, that's what they were talking about in the capital planning, that area that people keep getting caught into, so this will help fix that
No,
as
this
well.
is, that's, this is in the courtyard. We
Okay.
have condensing units for the new senior center project, and we felt we'd put some safety fencing in there, just so people that are in the courtyard don't get into the condensing units.
Okay,
It was not part of the project, probably should have been, so,
thank you.
okay.
And my question was, with the center building committee, will these repairs be reflected in their efforts?
So in their effort, in terms of the drainage one was the biggest one.
Yeah.
And they're not really, looking into that area because the senior center was already accomplished.
Okay.
It was already done, so I don't think they had that in their project anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay.
So Tony, also just to understand, this is taking things out of that end of year surplus, the.
No, my end of the year surplus,
Already
already
reflected.
reflected this already.
Okay.
So let's do it.
Additional questions? Take a vote, all in favor? Motion carries. Next line item, transfer.
The next line item, transfer 2324-27 for $16,500. The town clerk would like to start restoring tax books that are from the 1800s. They're quite interesting if you've seen them. Have you seen them?
I have.
Yeah. Pretty- They're pretty cool.
I recognize some people too.
So she's received a grant of $5,500 from the state library. That's part of this transfer. The remaining $11,000 are from accounts that she had some surplus funds in. She would like to use to start this restoration of these tax books.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2324-27 of $16,500 to start restoring tax books that are dated in the 1800s.
I'll second.
In terms of the remaining balance to complete the project, is that something we would look to?
She's most likely we would get through grants
Grants.
over time, and you know, should we need additional funds, we can look into that. But we're hoping that grant funding will fund most of that.
Is there a time limit and a time frame in terms of how long it'll take to do this?
I'm not sure what that is,
Okay.
but if you have an opportunity, you should
Go
go down there and look
I
at
did
them. They're
take a
pretty
look
cool.
at
Yeah.
them. All right, any other questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Unopposed? Motion carries. We have a few of these, and we'll go on to the third. This is a roofing project for the Thomas Darling House.
This is a project that was eliminated from the FY25 capital budget in anticipation of using FY24 contingency funds, and it's for a roofing project at the Darling House. If you've been to the Darling House recently, you can clearly see the roofs that need repair, and it's in the middle section, and there's two roofs involved here, the middle barn and the cow barn roof.
I'll make the motion to approve the funding request 2324-28 for $19,380 for the roofing project at the Thomas Darling House.
Second.
So I have a question. This hasn't been done yet, right? This
Correct,
is-
it has
they're
not been
waiting
done.
for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks.
It was not approved when they put it on their funding year 25 with the hope that it wouldn't snow.
Right, basically.
Pretty good.
So we could do it sooner than we would have otherwise done it.
Do contingency funds need to be used by a certain date? No.
No, if you don't use contingency funds, they go back into fund balance, similar to all the other. like
Surpluses.
the surpluses. So if you have $300,000 contingency, you use 200 of it, the remaining 100,000 will go back into surplus, to the fund balance, if you choose not to use it.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries? Unanimous? Center building cupola. Love that word. Repair.
If you recall, this was discussed at our capital budget from the building maintenance department. And we decided that we eliminated this from the capital budget, and again, anticipation of using FY24 contingency funds. And this is to repair the cupola and to stop the leak. There's a leak in the cupola that leaks into the facility. So this is something that would be removed from the budget of the center project. Because I think they did have something in there about the cupola.
Yeah.
Yeah.
75,000, that's,
We're gonna go out to bid for it.
okay.
And next, we're hope to release the bids in the next, it may be a little high, in which case if we don't use it, then we would, it would remain in the account and then could be reappropriated for another purpose, for another capital purpose, which
So-
we've done.
We're transferring it from contingency
To
to
the
capital
capital.
non-recurring?
Correct.
And it would stay there?
And it stays there
Okay.
as an as an unused appropriation, and then if there's another capital need, we can use it for something different.
I'll make the motion to approve the funding request 2324-29 of $75,000 to fund the Center Building Cupola Repair Project.
I'll second.
Discussion? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Next one is regarding the catch basins.
This is a request from Public Works. This is a line item transfer within their budget for $13,000. And it's to purchase catch basin tops, to repair some that are damaged, and to do additional tree work in town.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2324-30 of $13,000 for the purchase of catch basin tops and to address dead dying trees in the various locations in town.
Is there a second? Second? Discussion?
What are catch basin tops?
If you, you know the catch, you know the
Sewer?
sewer.
Metal grate.
Oh, metal,
grate.
That's the
okay,
grate, and it's the cement sort of.
okay. Do you know how
Catch
many need to be purchased or replaced, and how many
Typically-
dead and dying trees, or what? that's
I'm
at?
not sure about the trees.
13,000 for,
It's 14.
they're at
14 catch
530.
basin tops
It's
Yeah.
in that.
yeah.
Yeah.
in the table.
Right.
Yeah, or in the memo.
Oh, I see it, I'm sorry, down.
But $5,000 is not a lot of trees. Probably
Could
just
only be one.
It's probably one or two.
One full one.
It's
Yeah.
probably one or two.
I've gotten quotes higher than that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that we approve the request to purchase the catch basin tops and address the dying trees in various locations in town.
I think we made that.
Made
I
the
think,
Oh, it was
motion.
I
already
think
made
Steve made
discussion.
it,
Thank you.
Sheila seconded, we were in discussion.
I just like to be like Steve.
No, I think Mika Steve made it, Mika seconded it.
I'm just wondering, I'm just confused by the, what seems to me kind of random $5,000 for trees repairs kind of lumped into this. Is there a specific tree of concern?
Yes,
or-
there is.
Okay.
Yeah. He gets, when if he's driving, and I'd have to have him here to tell you exactly which trees they are and
Okay.
exactly why he
Being
wants
Warren-
to.
he being
yeah, I'm
Warren?
sorry, yeah.
Okay.
Warren, the tree warden,
We can,
and we can certainly have him.
No, I mean, I
meeting
trust
to
Warren's
discuss it.
judgment on that.
But if
I
he,
do, but I think your point is well taken. We can ask for more detail going forward. and
sometimes
what
it's
is-
a reaction to either he sees something or someone will call in an issue that they've seen along the roadside and he'll go take a look at it. Once he sees it or has identified it and is aware of it, he has to act on it.
I also
Certainly.
notice that if it's something that can be, we can talk to UI about, we do that. You know, I mean, he goes through a pretty good process. But we'll find out tomorrow exactly what this one is, and we'll send Allison, if we can make a note to send a note out to Warren, get the information so that we can follow up with the selectmen so that they know.
I
That
feel
would be
that.
good.
I'm not trying to make Warren's life harder. I
No,
probably
no,
do
you're not.
enough
It's-
by
I would-
living on Sperry Road.
I'm sure he'd be happy to talk to you about it.
No, there's no problem there.
Warren, I'm sorry.
And this is a line item transfer as well, so it's not an additional, it's
Yeah.
a transfer from.
But details
But, yeah.
details never hurt. Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we do need to vote on it.
Yep, and we'll take vote. All in favor? None opposed? Carries unanimously. We can go another.
Do you want to do one more?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. This next one is a funding request for $45,000. Issue is for the exterior canopy and stairway for the fire department training and storage facility. This was discussed at the, when the bid was awarded, if you recall. And there was not enough money in the budget to accomplish this. This is the second means of egress for the top, the second floor of the facility. If you remember in our discussion.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2324-31 of the $45,000 to fund the exterior canopy and stairway for the fire department training and storage facility.
Second.
Any questions?
So this will be deducted from the total amount requested for that project or needed
No,
from that
this is-
project? This is in addition
This is
to?
in
In
addition
addition,
to the bid. That's why we're doing it this way, is because this was $45,000. All the rest of the funding there is all grant.
Okay,
So
Or
this is-
donations
Or
from-
donations,
Yeah.
or donations. So this is a portion that's not.
okay.
So for that facility, from a town perspective, this is the monies that we will be putting into for that facility.
And these are required by zoning, like are these?
By,
By
By
the
building.
fire marshal.
It's
and
the
donations.
The second egress, yeah.
only because
Mostly
it's a
mainly
second
for
floor,
fire.
otherwise they have an inside stairway, obviously, but if they're going to utilize that space on the second floor effectively, there's a requirement for a second
It's the fire,
egress.
it's the fire marshal.
Fire marshal,
Yeah.
right, second egress, so that was like, okay, so, well, if we're gonna use it, we are gonna use it, we wanna use it, but let's make it.
Thank you.
Mika, are there any things in that project that are not required, that could be removed, that would be able to pay for this? This seems to be fundamental.
There is, there could be, David, as we move forward, so far in terms of what we've gone through, keeping in mind that this is something that we actually have been working on for months to try to bring down to the lowest point we can. And, so as they go through the project, there could be, and, but those would be that would be grant funding. You know what, you understand what I mean? So, Tony, you might know if we could move that from one to the other.
I'm not sure if we could, if there's an opportunity to do that.
Okay.
Is-
There is some contingency in there as well,
There
David,
is.
but if, but being that it's a grant type of a situation, not so sure.
Is this money
Right,
also,
I just,
sorry,
I would have thought that something as fundamental as this egress and the cover would have been something that would have been in there. And I'm assuming, though I don't know, that there aren't kind of discretionary items that aren't necessary inside this facility that have taken precedence in order for us to pay more for it, that's all.
I will tell you that there is going to be a lot, donated labor by, and donated funds for a lot of the mechanicals, electrical, and the plumbing by the fire department and the association, actually. That's not part of this project.
so Tony, if this money turned out not to be needed because the rest of the funding that we have in place will cover, this will be in the capital non-recurring?
Similar to the other one,
Right.
correct?
So if we could save money, this is where we would
This is where we
save
would
it
save it, correct.
and it
Or
would
if there's
be in
contingency
capital.
left over, this is where we would save it.
and be available for another project.
Right, correct.
So could we maybe, would it be appropriate to like amend the motion to explore that option first, or are we kind of past that point?
We
we're
have
gonna
to,
do
we have
the
to approve
cost
the funding in
savings.
order, I'm sorry, go on.
I think, you know, in our previous meeting, when we approved the other funding, we
Yeah.
were talking about saving as much as possible, you know, knowing, and we did talk about contingency, and we did talk about this need. So if we're putting this, technically, we're putting this into capital non-recurring. If it's not needed, then it's there for another project. This would be the last money spent.
Correct. The
So
last
that's-
money's
So
spent.
this could be saved.
Okay,
So it
Correct.
feels like we have that,
Yeah,
that
that's correct.
imperative already out there, I think they know.
And this
Thanks
is
for the
Yeah.
reminder.
allowing us to have that money to use should it be
Should
necessary.
it be necessary?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mika, my main concern is that, this project, it isn't with the fire part of the project. The project came through as a grant for the community center, which started some cascading effects and other things that had to be done. Part of which were paid for by the grant, part of which were not. I understand that the fire department is generously using their contribution to pay for things that they need in their training facility. But what we now have is a lot of public money being spent on a grant that we got without really ever having significant public comment on the value or the necessity or whether the public wanted the facility. So I just think that we keep pushing that envelope with public money without ever any public comment. And I don't have a judgment one way or the other about the validity of the money for the project. My issue is more that we've cut the public out of this whole process.
I understand and appreciate your concern. I'm going to disagree with you only in that when we have these, what we're talking about and what we always talk about is always public. So certainly there's always an opportunity. There's public comment coming in and, you know, as soon as we're done with this item, we'll have public comment. So certainly there's an opportunity after our last meeting for folks who might feel the way. Now, don't get me wrong. We didn't put any notice out there saying to everybody, hey, if you've got an opinion in regards to what we're doing in this project, come in and tell us about it. We didn't do that specifically, but we generally wouldn't for $45,000 expense. You know, in this case, it's related to a larger project, but the expense from the town perspective is $45,000. And the other thing to consider is that when we were with this project, the reason that it is where it is because we went with the low bidder for that facility, which left us with what we had set at whatever the amount was. And at that point, that particular low bid did not include, keeping in mind that this was done months ago. And I don't know, Tony, if the fire marshal had at that point in time given the indication that we needed the additional egress for what was based on how the second floor was now being looked at to be used. So we had to go with the $832,000 bid or rebid it, in which case things were going to be higher because this was months later. So from that perspective, one of the reasons we're doing it, and we feel that I feel it's appropriate, is because if we go through this process again, chances are we're going to end up spending more than, and we want to do something similar, it'll be more than $45,000 that we end up spending. So I understand and I agree, you know, just in terms of the overall facility. Keeping in mind also, David, that this facility is something that has been on request for the better part of 15 years, that we've known we've needed, you know, that there's additional space required. We've used the old firehouse, and you're absolutely right. What's driving this is a $2 million, in excess of $2 million grant that we have to do something with that old firehouse that we lose if we don't do something quickly. And we don't want to lose that, obviously, so we want to make sure that we get all of the equipment out of that firehouse so we can fully renovate the old firehouse to be the center that we're looking for, or that was requested.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mika. I just still feel like the tail is wagging the dog. Tony, can you identify this entire project, which is more than the firehouse, it's not just that. This project has gotten funding through the vehicle of the community center. How much money of the town have we allocated to this that we just allocated through these processes? I know we did some extra money in the budget last year. You know, we paid for some of the architects architecture fees and other things that the grant did not cover. Do you have an idea about what the total is on this project?
And if you you mean if you combine the, community center and the storage?
They're two, yeah, they are linked. This is why we're doing them now in this particular fashion. Because is it part of that 2 million going into the fire department fees?
Yes, a portion of it went towards the project, that's correct. And, I don't have the exact figure, but we did have some, proceeds remaining from, I wanna say it's about $90,000 from the insurance, from the, fire that happened in 2006, believe it or not. And, that's probably where the majority of the town funds came from. So it wasn't taxes dollars, it was from an insurance reimbursement that we never actually finished spending because we hadn't finished the building.
And didn't we allocate some ARPA funds?
Yeah, there's ARPA fund, yeah, I was just talking about town funds, but there was some ARPA funds as well. I can get,
We're already, what,
yeah,
$400,000 into it without,
if you include the ARPA funds, that's,
well,
330,
it's all town money.
yeah.
But again, that has to get spent by the end of the year as well.
Correct, yeah.
Correct.
So, and we've already raised these
I
taxes.
But Dave,
I just feel like this process has been a little bit backdoor. I don't,
when you
I
say
don't
the
question it.
process, Dave, are you referencing like the use of the future determining what the new use of the old firehouse will be? Or are you speaking more in terms of finances?
I'm just speaking more in terms of the project as it's been moving forward. It doesn't seem to have followed any process that I've been able to keep up with and understand, and the bills just sort of keep coming in, so that's, it seems to me to be a little bit out of the ordinary. And I'm concerned with that from the prospect of just the taxpayers' involvement and their real opportunity to comment. Or to vote. I mean, normally if we were gonna spend $400,000 or $500,000 of the taxpayers' money, they would vote on it. That's all.
But is it,
It's not
is it
taxpayer
tax
money.
revenue though?
Good point.
No.
I agree, David, and that's that's a pretty important point. These are grant funds that were specifically, approved for us to use for these specific reasons.
But the impact is felt on the taxpayers. Like, for example, so once these monies are expended, the project is complete. It's on the taxpayer to maintain the cost of whatever the use is. So in that regard, I can see taxpayer involvement being relevant.
So I think we might be a little far afield of the motion on the table, but I would say that our, coming agenda item, when we get to the strategic plan, I think there's an opportunity here to talk a little bit more about what the role of the Board of Selectmen is in planning for future projects. Granted, this project is going to be completed with this motion, hopefully. But I think that we should talk more about how we're going to keep the public informed going forward on projects, because I agree. Normally, it's that annual budget process where you fully hear about these projects. This one didn't exactly fall into it. The Community Cultural Center is probably coming to us in between that process. The Beecher project's coming in between that process. So I think we can talk more in the strategic planning about how we're going to make sure to keep the public aware and informed.
Thank you. It's a very good thought, and David, it's because it's a big concern in terms of you feeling the way you do as far as this being a backdoor type thing. Needless to say, that's not the way we want to do things. So, but this process, we're here at the final $45,000 for this process, for this particular project. So I think what we need to do, and I'm very much willing to do this with you and in any way the board feels is appropriate, is to let's review what we did for this process to assure that we don't have one of our selectmen feeling the way you do, and we certainly don't have the public feeling that way. So I'm happy to review that, and let's figure out what led to this sense. But as Sheila indicates, this is the only $45,000 of the town's money that we will be putting toward this particular project, and the building, with consideration, as Andrea said, very good point, yeah, there will be expenses associated, it's a new building. So there's gonna be associated expenses with ongoing maintenance. I know that doesn't resolve your concern, David, but I think it can help us to make sure we don't have concern.
It is linked to the community center, and I can't imagine that we're not gonna hear these kinds of funds transfers from that as well.
So
I suspect that
opportunity to-
I'm with you on that, I totally agree with you on that. And but that's what I'm saying, what I wanna
We're gonna
do,
hear what's gonna happen when the people from the community center come forward and say, oh, well, but we have $45,000.
what we wanna do, let's,
I have concerns.
understood. So I'd like to have some discussion with regard to those concerns. And we can make it a point to have those discussions, as Sheila said, as relates to our strategic plan, and just from a board perspective, just an ongoing dialogue as relates to how do we mitigate these concerns going forward.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And that'll be up to us to make sure that that happens. Additional questions? Call a vote. All in favor of this item of funding this, I'm looking at the right thing. Funding request. All in favor?
Yep.
All opposed?
I'd like to abstain.
And I did mean to
Abstain.
raise my hand in favor.
For which one?
In favor.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I saw it go up and down.
Yeah, I was-
I was gonna raise the hand,
Sounds
okay. And David, you're abstaining?
Yes.
Thank you, yes. David, keep us on point. Let's have this, let's further this discussion beyond this $45,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'm gonna hold off on any additional business until we open the floor for public comment. So, anyone in the audience who would like to come forward for public comment is now invited to do so. And with my apologies for us running a little over on that.
My name is Kevin Lohman. I'm the owner of Janet Sweeping and Catch Basin Cleaning. I've worked for this town since about 2000, the year 2000. I've swept it until you went out and purchased your own sweeper. I've been doing your catch basins for about 15 years now. I'm the owner of the company. I physically myself go out there along with other crew members and do the job, and I do the job well. I would like to clarify this bid that we just had for the basins and why I went where I went with my price. When I read the bid, it said, and I've never seen this in the bid request ever, if you couldn't complete the job within 50 days, the town was gonna fine me $1,800 per day, which is about $10,000 a week. That's what directed me to increase my price, because unfortunately in today's world, to get parts for these high-tech machines that I own, you just don't go down to the grocery store and buy them. And sometimes it takes weeks and months to get parts, so I was concerned about that. That's why I increased my price from last year, which was $27.50 per basin. Now, I had a conversation right after the bid with Warren Connors, and he said, well, you know, you're high bid. I'd like to remind the board that last year I was low bid. Not only was I low bid, but I was grossly low bid. You had a environmental company that bid, and then there was my company. My company was $27.50 a basin, including the deep basins. You have 1,636 basins in this town, 36 deep basins. Your environmental contractor that bid against me, he was I believe $263 per basin, which would have made your total bill about $430,000 and some change. My bill was around $42,000. Now, I could have looked at that and said, wow, I'm doing something wrong here. But no, I said, I'm gonna honor my bid. I'm gonna come in and take care of a town that I dearly love, because I spend a lot of time in this town. So, here's my dilemma. You had a company, SVS, which is Shaw Vacuum Services. They came in like $35 or $38 and have used them, and they basically didn't do the job properly, and the Public Works Director said he didn't care for their quality, their work, so they're disqualified. Now, this new individual, I was told by Warren Connors that he doesn't own a truck. He bid the job without a truck. This doesn't make any sense to me. So basically, you're just throwing something at the wall to see if it sticks. This is what I do. I'm very passionate about what I do. I take care of 35 towns throughout the state, okay? I'm very well known, and I do an extremely good job. My company does a good job. I have multiple trucks on the road all the time. Here's what I'm going to offer the town, because in my opinion, the individual who bid the job, who didn't have a truck, should be disqualified, because he's not in the game. He's never done a catch basin. I don't care if he's a contractor or not. That would be like me saying, oh, I'm gonna bid on paving jobs, but I've never done a paving job before. That doesn't make any sense. This is what I do. This is what I am passionate about. So as a bonus to the town, I'm willing to do your catch basins this year for $25 per basin, which would be a total savings to the town of $4,090, okay? Which is basically about 10% of the job, okay? And that I'm not making a tremendous amount of money, but I don't want to lose this town because I do love this town. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Lohman.
You're welcome.
Normally with public comment, I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but we usually don't have a back and forth on that, so.
Okay.
But we certainly appreciate it. This
Here's
isn't-
my paper with my revised bid.
We'll put it on there. It is an agenda item that we're going to come to a little bit in a little while. So
Okay.
it is something that will, your comments, I'm sure, have been heard, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Thank
So,
you. Thank you
thank
for
you
your
very
time.
much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else with public comment? Allison, was there any comments,
There
any
were none.
correspondence?
No, nothing received.
Okay, we will, we'll return to our normal agenda item. And what we'll do is we'll hold off on the rest of your,
Yep, we have two
For
more,
information.
two more, if you want to do the last two.
two more funding requests?
Yeah.
Why don't we finish the funding
I
request
finish
and then
those
we'll
and then
move
you
on
can
to
go.
strategic?
Right, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So back to the funding requests. I believe the next one is,
Center building electricity.
Center building electricity. So, there's a request for a shortfall in the center building electricity line. Honestly, we didn't budget enough for it. There's a slight increase in rates for this particular, account, and, we didn't budget enough.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2324-32 of $5,500 to fund the shortfall in the center building electricity budget line.
I'll second.
is there anything that you can tell us in regard to the increase?
was an increase in the, not in the generation portion, because we have that fixed.
Right.
It's in the delivery portion from the UI.
Ah.
And we, a lot of them were increased. This particular one wasn't enough money to account for the increase. It's a larger account. So as a percentage of the account, it's not, it's, you know, not a lot, but.
Any questions? All in favor of this line item? Or funding request, excuse me? It's unanimous. Motion carries. Thank you. And the last funding request. Or actually, it's a line item.
Line item transfer
Line
within the
item.
parks budget. This came up just recently for some areas where Adam felt it was critical to put safety mulch in some of our playgrounds due to, you know, the mulch is there for in a playground if somebody falls or, you know, breaks their fall. And there are a few areas that Adam noticed were low and were in need of mulch. So we didn't want to wait any further to do this. So that's what this request is for. I believe he's going to hopefully order it as soon as this gets approved.
To be clear though, Tony, safety mulch isn't a type of
No,
mulch, it's
good
just
question.
the function.
It's the function of the mulch.
Okay.
It's just regular mulch.
And it's treated mulch,
There's a certain mulch he has.
heat treated,
Yeah, it's a
mulch?
certain mulch that's used for playgrounds.
okay,
And you see it, you know, if you go to Pete's Place Playground.
yeah.
Particular.
I just wanna make sure we're not transporting like jumping worms.
No.
or
He
anything
always
like
uses
that.
treated mulch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, mulch, well, I also am curious about the mulch, because sometimes playgrounds will use wood mulch, sometimes they'll use rubber mulch, and there's,
I believe this is wood mulch.
I believe so as well.
People have latex allergies.
Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, well, I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2324-33 of $8,000 for the purchase of safety mulch for several playgrounds in town.
Second.
I'll ask if, considering both your comments, is it worth putting contingencies that will verify that this is not the mulch that would be,
I'm happy to trust Adam's judgment on what they've used before, and my kids are at those playgrounds all the time, so I don't
Okay.
have existing concerns, but seeing it say safety mulch, it just piques my curiosity, and I'm curious to see what we use, so I'd love to, I will examine next time I'm at the
another
playground.
follow-up?
I'd be happy to ask Adam and.
Sure, I'm sure he'd be happy to tell
I'm
you.
sure he'd be happy to tell me. Yep,
Another
I'll
follow-up,
make another note,
please.
absolutely.
I trust Adam too, just for the
I
record.
understand, but
Curious.
But it's, and we'll get it out there so people know what we're doing. I ask these things and I say these things specifically so everyone else understands it as well. So, thank you. Any other questions or comments? All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. All right. We will move in to our next agenda item, which will be the strategic plan update. And with that, I will
Terrific.
turn it over to Selectwoman McCrevin. Sheila?
Okay, and I'm going to ask David to join in as well. Our mighty two-person committee has been hopefully finalizing our strategic plan document. So what you've got in your packet, helpfully color-coded, we hope, is some of the changes that we've made through a couple of meetings of the strategic plan committee. Also, at the very end of this document, we have a version control overview, which kind of tells you what the color coding is about. We did move a few things around, so I was going to highlight a couple of things, and then I'll ask David to jump in a little bit to discuss, kind of what we see going forward. So you'll see, towards the beginning of the document, we've got a little bit in Strategy 1 Tactic C that is new. That's regarding the work that the EDC is currently working on. We're very interested in hearing back from them. And we do have a note in here, especially with regard to workforce housing and transportation in the business district. Overall, that Strategy 1 is about diversifying and growing the grand list. So those were some of the new pieces of text there. If you get on the next page, Tactic E, under Strategy 2, which talks about the financial transparency and enhanced communication, We have a note here about the ordinance process and the idea that we might want to establish Board of Selectmen subcommittees formally. We had some conversation with the town attorney about how they're currently envisioned, and we think that it might be helpful to establish that a little bit more solidly in the form of ordinance. And then also, something we discussed was,
And Sheila, I'm sorry, just
Sure.
not to interrupt, but just so, on that topic, what we're referring to is like, for example, we've had a personnel committee. And
yes,
we've had an ordinance committee, but it's not necessarily something that's specified and outlined specifically in the
it's nowhere.
charter or ordinance,
nowhere.
or in the ordinance, so that, this way it puts those committees and makes them part of what we do. So, just in case, when we said subcommittees, you didn't realize what it was.
Right. Yeah, the Board of Selectmen subcommittees. And then separately, we also talked about transforming ad hoc committees that exist into standing committees or commissions or agency, whatever we're going to call them. But moving them from ad hoc, which is the Board of Selectmen acts and the first selectman appoints, to standing committees, which would then go into that process of half of the terms expire. It's part of that regular appointment process. So there's an interest in exploring this and perhaps moving forward on it. We captured it here. And then most recently in the orange text of that same tactic E, we talked about the including exploration of establishing a municipal building committee, which is what a lot of towns, especially towns our size, have when they have multiple building projects which go over years and years and years. It's helpful in some municipalities to have a standing municipal building committee that can take on that expertise and also help assist the town in ordering things, which project's going first, which project's going second, which one's going third. So you have a standard a group of people, and then they take on the expertise for individual projects. So it's something to consider. It's just in here as a consideration.
In
Yep.
here as a topic for us to discuss and come to some conclusions on as well. It's, you know, in other words,
Yeah.
and, you know, so it's,
Potentially, the ordinance committee would start that exploration because it would be enacted with an ordinance, so that everything in tactic E kind of goes to the ordinance committee.
Can I jump in here for a sec? Sorry,
Sure.
Sheila. On the established BOS subcommittees piece, I'm just
Yep.
backtracking slightly. I know you couch that as within the town ordinance process. Can you explain to me again the context of the BOS subcommittee? So
Yeah,
the
so-
ordinance, so I mean, the Board of Selectmen doesn't need an ordinance to establish a subcommittee of its own members to look at a specific topic and then report back to this body.
Right, that would
So
be
is
sort
that-
of ad hoc, but we have standing committees?
My question is, what do you mean by established BOS subcommittees?
So I probably should have included in this tactic, consult the town attorney, and then continue with the discussion, right? So I think maybe at the ordinance level, and maybe that can happen at the ordinance level, and typically it does. The town attorney would say to ordinance, hey, there's this option, there's that option. You don't need to do anything. You should do this, you should do that. So maybe it's incorporated here as far as we're concerned. But if you have specific ideas about what we should do here, we can certainly modify this.
I mean, I guess I'm just talking semantics here. I mean, and I can certainly help however you guys want. But when I read establish Board of Selectmen subcommittees, that says to me, one of the goals here and one of the tactics to achieve the goals is to establish a subcommittee of this Board of Selectmen. I mean, when I read those words, that's what I'm used to like interpreting that as. So if the goal here for this tactic is to establish a Board of Selectmen subcommittee, meaning you guys vote and say Sheila and Steve are a subcommittee for XYZ purposes, have at it and report back at the next month, that's what I see as a BOS subcommittee.
Okay, so I'm gonna edit on the fly here, and I'm gonna strike the word establish, and I'm gonna suggest that we change it to explore the need for BOS subcommittee.
Yeah, it just doesn't
Does that work?
necessarily need to fall under the umbrella of within the town ordinance process. All I'm saying is, if you guys want to establish what I'm envisioning these words are saying, if you want to establish a smaller subcommittee of this board, you just don't need an ordinance to do that. It's just a
Yeah.
vote of this board. So when I read this, it says within town ordinance process, I'm just trying to be clear here. I don't mean to spend all this time, and we can, wordsmith this later,
Yeah.
but
All right,
my
so-
point is, if the Board of Selectmen wants to establish a subcommittee of itself, you just don't need an ordinance to do that, so.
Okay. All right. So maybe what I would change instead is, instead of explore, I would say,
What I would,
strike.
if I might make a suggestion, Sheila,
Yeah,
if we take out
yeah.
within town ordinance and you take out the word establish and we say
Consider.
evaluate, if you say evaluate,
Yeah,
benefit or need to establish, formally
Evaluate
or
need.
formalize, or to formalize Board of Selectmen subcommittees, specifically like personnel and
Right.
like ordinance. So we just want to evaluate it with consulting our attorneys and determining is there a benefit to that? Because from my perspective, it's something that every board seems to have. It's there, but it doesn't say anywhere that this is what it should be or how it should be or who's on it or anything, or who appoints it, or doesn't specify that. I understand what you're saying. If we want to do a subcommittee, we just say, hey, let's do a subcommittee.
Right,
and vote on
but
it.
to your point, if the Board of Selectmen then wants to do a subcommittee of itself, we can craft, what we call a charge normally,
Got it.
or a resolution that sets those sort of,
Right.
framework for how that subcommittee is going to operate.
Right. So I think that we're clarifying the language, and and the discussion we had at the ordinance committee is that, at the strategic planning committee, which is one of those committees that doesn't really exist, is that this would happen at the ordinance committee level rather than at the Board of Selectmen level. So as a
Yep.
Board of Selectmen, we're not going to consider it. We're sending it to the ordinance subcommittee to consider and then come back to us,
Right.
right?
I
So
mean,
I want to
that's
retain
that's the point of
Yeah.
subcommittees, right? It's
Yeah.
like, we're not gonna spend use up the time of the group, the whole group, until we have a recommendation, so to speak,
Yeah.
from the subcommittee whose
Yeah.
focus is on that more narrow issue,
Yeah.
to then bring back and summarize to the full board.
Yeah, so maybe task the ordinance committee with exploring the need for X, Y, Z. Does that make sense?
Well, I'm wondering if it has to be ordinance at all, or whether it should be established in terms of the board selecting, identifying whether we should go in that direction or not.
Well,
And
that's
if we
what we
decide
would
we
do
should,
if
then
we,
I mean, yeah,
well,
'cause it-
but if we adopt this as our strategic plan, then we are essentially doing that, and then we're sending it to ordinance, right? So what you're saying, Mika, is gonna take place right now. We
Oh,
either
whether
want to
it's-
or we don't want to.
Mhm.
I mean, that was the point in the strategic planning committee, is we bring this to you guys, and we do need you to kind of bless it or pull it apart, and that's what we're doing, so.
Well, related to Tactic E, but not specific to the BOS subcommittees,
Yeah.
is the second clause, consider the process to transform an ad hoc committee to a standing committee.
Yep.
Inherent to that, we might not always want an ad hoc committee to become a standing committee. So does this wording still allow that to be the case?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
we have to have a conversation about what we would like ordinance to look at,
Yeah.
right? So not every single ad hoc
Should become a
Would we
standing
want
committee.
to refer.
But we would establish, so I understand this, but we would
Yeah.
establish a method
Yeah.
through ordinance.
Yeah.
Should an ad hoc committee should the BOS or whomever want the ad hoc committee to become standing, then we would have a formal ordinance procedure of doing so.
Yeah, I can tell you in the past, when our ad hocs have made that leap over, it was the ad hoc itself who came to the Board of Selectmen meeting and said, would you please send this over to ordinance and consider this? We would like it considered. The Board of Selectmen said, yes, let's send it to ordinance. Then it went through that process, then came back to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
So when we
But
say
there-
send to ordinance, is that like two of you or so, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And who's currently
So
on the
long-
ordinance committee?
Steve, Maria, myself.
Okay, so.
Three.
So, this seems to be like three different things, and.
But it's all sort of ordinance is why it's together. So the tactic is like, we're gonna look at what can be done in the ordinance process. And it may come back and say, no, don't do it.
But I'm wondering whether it should be more specific. In other words, should we say, when you say, consider the process to transform ad hoc committee to standing committee, I mean, there is a process, we go to ordinance. I think, it seems to me like we're saying, let's figure out if we have subcommittees that we wanna be full commissions, or, you know.
Yeah, or committees who've told us they wanna be.
Right.
I'm thinking of
So
housing,
if
for
we
example.
have those, it almost seems to me like
Yeah.
we should identify those. And
Right.
say, that's what we do, because the process is there, kind of technically, the process is there, we know we have to go to ordinance in order to move forward. And as
Yeah.
you said,
Yeah.
we say we want to do it, we send it to ordinance, they do their legwork in terms of doing it, and then they come back and tell us, and we decide whether we want to vote on it or not.
So with all of these items, the thinking is that we would schedule these onto agendas in the future so that
Yes.
the public knows we're gonna talk about it. So let's say this one, for example, hey, we're gonna look at strategy 2, tactic E, and that's what it says. And so anyone in the public who is interested in what we potentially are talking about comes to us that night. And any of these, let's say there's 3 ad hocs who do wanna make the change to standing committee, they come too. So we sort of schedule ourselves. This is a way of using this document to then add things to agendas throughout the year so we get these things done. They're not just here. So look
So
at it, we're gonna try
so
to do
keeping it
them
a
all.
little bit broader, and then when we
Yeah.
decide to go at this tactic,
Yeah,
then
not
at
tonight.
that point in time, we decide
But if we
which ones we want to do.
Yeah, we're
I-
planning to plan now.
it just seems, I almost think that what you have in orange here, including exploration of establishment of municipal, you know, that seems almost like something we need to do on its own for its own purpose. It's almost, I feel
Well,
it's
you
important
could
enough.
do it as an ad hoc, right?
No, well, I think it's important enough, no, I think, yeah.
You want it to
we
be
could do
standing
that.
before it's an ad hoc.
That's a good point, too. So that's
But-
something we need to discuss, but I understand what we're doing
Okay.
today is I think we're reviewing it for input so we can
Yeah,
go next, so I think we're doing what we're supposed to be doing here, but,
absolutely.
I just want to emphasize that one, because even today with the cupola, for example, I welcome the opportunity to have a single group of individuals who are considering the expenses we're putting into the center school on a maintenance basis, with regard to also considering what the building committee is thinking in terms of the overall. You know, so it just emphasizes for me that this is something that I think, from our perspective, we got a lot of building committees going on right now.
Sure do.
And in my opinion, you know,
We haven't started building yet.
well, for one,
All these
Do we
things
have
are gonna actually get very
building
intense.
department though?
well, we have a building in terms of regulations.
But it doesn't manage
Doesn't manage what's going on, we don't have
Yeah.
project management type of, you know,
Which
or
is
anything
something
along
Tony's
those lines.
pointed out to us.
And the way the building committee would work is, it would be a group of individuals who are overseeing everything that's going on in town.
Yeah,
And then they
Town-owned.
would form, town-owned,
yeah.
they would form subcommittees, so if it's the school, you're getting expertise from the school included in a subcommittee that you can do that. If it's a center building, you're getting fire department, school, you know, town hall, or whatever it is, so you can still have all these projects going on with, smaller groups dealing with it, but they're all feeding back into the building committee, who's also
Tracking.
looking at the long-term plan for the town buildings and understanding what that is.
Yeah.
So I think this one is like a huge, critical one that almost should be by itself, and we need to start doing that. Start considering this sooner rather than
Yeah.
later.
Yeah, and I think we can. I mean, there's nothing to, right now, this green column on the left there, which is meant to indicate timing, completely blank right now.
Yeah.
I think pieces of individual tactics can move faster than the other piece in the same tactic. I don't think we should be confined to the fact that it's sitting in a tactic, it has to wait for the other items.
Sure.
So, yeah, I would prioritize this.
And you said other towns have municipal building
There's existing
committees.
ordinance that we can
Yeah.
easily pull, yeah.
But also we have retaining a consultant as well to sort of act as our town planning
Who will help
consultant,
us
who
to
will
do
help
this.
us to do this.
Exactly, to identify if if this is the direction we wanna go, how do we, how best to approach it, and what do you put on it, and how do you know, cause first question is like, well, somebody who knows about what's gotta happen in the school doesn't necessarily know what's gotta happen with, the fire department, so.
I think, in the context of adding new committees and perhaps making some ad hocs standard committees or commissions or boards, we have to maybe consider doing our due diligence to not have so many repeated bodies serving on these boards and commissions. Maybe not. I mean, maybe it's good to have some overlap, but this is all volunteer work, and I know we've sometimes struggled to find qualified candidates for appointments. And so this is just a point for future consideration. Like I think it's important to try to get different perspectives and different people, and maybe something for either ordinance or charter to consider, like how many commissions or boards can one person serve on at any one time, or things like this. Not to be too controlling of the volunteer process, but I do think it's in our, yeah.
I agree with you to a certain extent.
Yeah.
But there's also and I'll use an individual if I might, like Dwight Rowland is on our finance committee, and he's also on the building committee for the center school. Well, his qualifications as a building committee, his qualifications in terms of what he brings to the building committee is the reason he's on there. And in my opinion, his association with finance kind of gives him another layer of qualification that's important to the town, because he understands that we've got a budget to take care of, so he's got that. So there's times, believe me, I'm saying I agree with you.
And I hear you too, Mika. And
But
just
there's
for
times where it's appropriate.
a clarifying
well.
question on the process, the building committee right now is ad hoc, right? If that were a formal board or commission.
Committees are ad hoc.
Okay, so if it were a commission, because he's an elected person on the Board of Finance, just using your example, not,
He's not, but not on the Board of Finance, but go on.
He's appointed.
oh, he's appointed.
Appointed.
Okay, but an elected person could not serve also on a board or
Well, yeah,
commission.
we talked a little bit about what our current charter and all the different pieces of that document say, and there is something about when you're serving in separate parts, when you're serving on the Board of Selectmen and when you're serving on the Board of Finance.
Okay.
And certainly, it's different if it's an ad hoc versus it's a standing commission. These are the legal questions, again, we're gonna get input on. But to your other point about increasing the diversity of who's serving on boards and commissions, that's actually in Strategy 11, Tactic B, because there had been a townwide survey that the DEI committee did, and one of the things that came forward and was presented to the previous Board of Selectmen was that there are people who feel that they're not allowed to serve, that they want to serve. And so what we have here is, receive an update on that survey and recommended next steps. That's where that sort of, how do we make sure that we've got enough places for people to serve who want to serve? That's where we tried to capture that. So it kind of works together, I think. If we do some work at ordinance, keeping in mind that we have this other strategy that we also want to make progress on, maybe we get some recommendations.
And I would hope Tactic B under Strategy 11 is assumed that diversity is also diversity of thought and
Political party specifically.
political party, thank you.
That's what was said in the survey.
And in that context, so the ordinance subcommittee is all currently one political.
No, it's not. It was Dave Vogel's on the ordinance committee
Okay,
as well.
so that was the question I
we're-
just had for process.
We're broken up between personnel, sort of half the board's on personnel and half are on ordinance.
Okay.
And then some are on strategic.
That's
And
what
some
I-
are also on
that's what I would've
strategic,
thought
some
or
are also on
assumed, but
strategic
then-
planning, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, and so the next tactic there is consider the timing of charter revision, and that absolutely should get some input from the attorney on that, because we
could-
don't know, and we just put a placeholder in.
Can we just do charter revisions, like,
Well,
rather than consider the timing?
The reason it's sort of squishy, the way it's worded here, is that we need to first of all, if we want to do it in our term, this strategic plan is only for our term in office. So I think we understand that it's an involved process, and it may be something that we go from one Board of Selectmen to the next Board of Selectmen. So we want to first consider the timing of that. Do we jump right in and start it tomorrow? Do we say, oh, this is definitely going to the next elected group, and that's where we would get some feedback at a not tonight, but at a different time and
There's
place?
also the matter of cost.
To
So-
revise the charter?
We need it, generally speaking, when you revise a charter, your attorneys get significantly more involved in that. That's a separate line item.
Yeah.
You know, in terms of the time that it takes, for example, for the attorneys. You might, in some cases, you might look at a consultant, I don't know that we necessarily have to do it, but certainly from an attorney standpoint, that's an area that they get very much involved in, and there are additional costs associated with that.
Yeah, a whole new, like a charter revision commission by state law has to get appointed, and then that body is the decision maker, and they interact with us a lot. So yeah, that is a separate, like, item.
So when you say consider timing, it's okay, let's figure out, we didn't put money in the budget in
Right.
2025 to say, you know, a significant number of, there's some monies associated with attorney fees along those lines.
For attorney's fees, but not for
Right.
not for a charter revision.
Correct, correct.
So I wonder if, in addition to consider timing, which seems important to retain, could, let's say it's not feasible for this board to take this on, could this board consider areas of focus for future, even if it's under a different board, for
We-
future
We could and we should,
revisions?
and I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's not gonna be future, this board will.
Okay,
We have to,
okay,
because our charter needs to be changed because of our election, the changes in our election. So
Okay.
it will be done with this board, from my perspective.
at least
So
some
that,
of
and
it.
maybe that's what was in the back of my mind when I think of this, is like, well, we gotta consider when we're gonna do it. But it's a foregone conclusion, as far as I'm concerned, that we have to do it. Because before the next election, we have to make sure the dates are corresponding with what it's supposed to be.
So I'm not sure I understand where a conversation about what should and shouldn't be in charter revision belongs. It sounds maybe like you have to actually impanel the charter revision commission
I agree
and
with
let
you,
them do that work. I don't know how much we can do ahead of time as our,
Not
as a board of
much.
selectmen.
No.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So consider timing was
Is-
just our initial, like, okay, now we think it's time. Now we have to, I think it's the action of the Board of Selectmen to impanel charter revision,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
So that's the only thing we're gonna do, is say, yep, charter revision, go. So it's
And,
really
I mean,
timing.
you can also make
Refer.
suggestions and recommendations
Right.
to that commission, obviously, of what you think makes sense and is right, and they'll, take that into consideration. But, yeah, you start the ball rolling, and they're the ones with the authority.
Yeah. So, we just put timing because we know it has to be considered, so when we get to that, we'll flesh it out.
The-
And the revision committee is appointed, I heard you say. Did I hear that correctly?
It's not elected.
So
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
appointed by the political nominating committees, or
It's like an
who's
ad
it
hoc,
appointed by? Do you-
I think I'm fairly certain it's the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. So maybe in addition to consider the timing, we could also consider the appointments,
Composition.
composition.
Sounds good?
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, I feel like, so this is gonna be a living document. Let's have that consideration of timing, and if we're all thinking, oh, we gotta do this soon, maybe we do this at the next meeting where we have a further conversation, so we know. And then we can say, oh, so, and let's get that back into the strategy. We did decide we're gonna do this next step and this next step. We just add it under tactic F. So this is not meant to envision the entire future, because no way can we do that. All right, so I'm gonna try to step through a little bit quicker now. The regionalization piece got into strategy 3, tactic C.
Sheila, on those for A and C,
Yeah.
could we just put continue exploring or continue engaging? Because those processes have been in place for at least the last 18 months or so to 2
Okay.
years. So really, it's a continuation of those tactics.
Okay, so you mean at the Board of Ed level, it's been engaged? Is that?
The Board of Ed, administration, politically, regionally with other superintendents for both A and C.
Okay.
So maybe just continue engaging and continue exploring, just like tactic B says, continue exploring emergency services dispatch. Just to reflect that it's not a new process, it is something that has been ongoing.
Okay, and then keeping the Board of Selectmen and in turn the public up to speed
Apprised.
with what's
Absolutely,
happening, right?
yep.
Okay, so instead of engage, you want to say continue engage, right? Take some notes.
In that, with periodic reports to the Board of Selectmen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for A and C.
And C.
Okay. Same as the way it's in B. Good, okay. Consistency. All right, so let's scroll through. So you'll see that the goal 2, maintain and invest in infrastructure and facilities. We've kept the CCW. It didn't appear to need to be altered. We're still doing these things, sort of in the order. But then with strategy 6, we have building projects, and we did put those in what we thought was the chronological order, perhaps. And it doesn't mean it has to be done in that order, but we ended up with the Beecher Road Current project for the K-Wing cafeteria, library, media center, D-Wing roof replacement, the north parking lot paving, and the full campus grounds improvement. That's tactic A. Tactic B is the firehouse and fire training and storage facility together, so we've basically done that one now. And we kind of noted during capital budget presentations that there was potentially, at some point roofs and et cetera. So they just wanted a placeholder there to say, don't forget, we're gonna need to continue
So,
investing.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back, and this is, I wish I'd have said this,
Yeah.
during our subcommittee meetings, but,
Mhm.
I have to go back to strategy 5 and CCW.
Okay, yep,
Gather all feasible ideas. Sounds like we're starting at the beginning. And my sense is that maybe we should change that language just to indicate that we understand that there's a number of options available already. We want to, I don't know,
gather all feasible ones.
well, no, because that's, to me, that's
Feasible
really.
seems some sort of judgment is taking place, right?
Yeah, but it just sounds to me like it's like all feasible. We're gonna consider anything and everything that somebody wants to put out there.
Oh,
And
So-
we've been through that
Do you-
already a number of times.
Would review feasible ideas? Is it the word
Review-
gather?
Review, ideas provided by the public. They've already been provided.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking what we need to do is we need to kind of reconnect with them. Revisit, you know what I mean? I
Mhm.
just,
I do.
like all feasible ideas sounds like, okay, so if somebody wants to, I don't know, whatever.
Have a
something-
year-round carnival.
Right,
or
something
something.
like that, exactly. It's like, well, is that feasible? Yeah, it's feasible, but it's not what we're looking for. And we've kind of opted on the surveys that we have done, in particular the big one that we did, was very clear. There was no clear, like, this is what everybody wants to do. There was a large contingent who wanted to do A, there was a large contingent who wanted to do B, there was a large contingent who wanted to do C. All right, let's start looking at that and see how we can incorporate that into an overall plan. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to go back to the beginning and say, all right, come on in and tell me what you think you might want to do. That's what I'm hoping we don't get to, so.
Yeah, no, so I think it's important that we communicate what we are trying to do. So prior to that is engage stakeholders, right?
I like revisit what has been, what ideas that have been reviewed or something along those. I like revisit.
But we're also gonna consider brand new ones that haven't ever been considered, right?
We can,
Case.
absolutely.
Like solar,
Absolutely.
I don't know that we ever really, fully went
Yeah,
through
it wasn't something
feasibility.
that came up and significantly in that
Right.
survey.
So,
And at some point, Mika, at least for me and maybe the public, as we advance through this effort, it might be helpful to put some parameters, like to define that approach more. Like, is it just
Completely
through the
agree.
study, or
Right.
is it through all some previously submitted proposals,
Mm-hmm.
or whether they were shared with the public or not? Like, what does that?
And there will be, if we do partner with a town, with a master planner, there will be, we're talking to people who have done this extensively in many different areas, so I'm sure they've seen many different ideas.
Right.
So yes, something new can come out of that, no
Yeah.
doubt about it,
So can I suggest maybe refine ideas?
Perfect.
And
I like the
formulate a
word
plan.
revisit, refine, that works really
refine,
well.
So
Yeah, I
refine
like
the
refine.
ideas, so,
David, any thoughts on that? Did you hear me?
Yeah, no, I agree that, what we need is more information on what we've already talked about.
Okay,
rather than,
perfect.
so
Rather
refine.
than new talking points.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Right.
Other than that,
Onward.
is it, the rest of that still what we want to tell people we're doing, right? This
Yes.
is our plan. Okay,
The
good.
only thing is doesn't, I guess it doesn't need to, but it doesn't mention the current restoration, the tear down of buildings, or does it mention the
Brownfield grant.
brownfield grant?
Brownfield.
I don't know if it needs to, cause it's really focusing on the future, the way this is,
That's part of actually
Warrant.
engaging the services of a planning consultant.
okay,
That would
that's
fall
all
under there.
inclusive of that, okay.
So,
Yeah, I think we'll.
Fingers
we'll
crossed.
certainly get to that. And again, we can modify this as we start to
yep,
take actions, so. Okay, so then back into our list of projects. Community and Cultural Center, so this is something, David, we talked about it earlier in this meeting. It might be helpful if this is clear what the steps are for that project. My understanding, just personally, is that we don't have the actual specs of the project like in front of the Board of Selectmen. It's coming at some point, right? That hasn't happened yet?
I say we press, well, they did, they presented to the previous board. To this board, they have not, to
So-
my knowledge.
So they-
Correct, I have not
Right.
seen anything.
Right, so what they presented that night was a plan for the Grove, in front of the library, changing the direction of the street, like a big, focus area. And that night, the Board of Selectmen said, this part that's labeled A or B or whatever it was, which is the building itself and the parking lot of the building, go forward on that. So our motion actually said, we're not taking this whole plan and saying yes to it. We took this piece and said yes to it. And that's enough for certainly the amount of money they have. So the question of what are they gonna do to stay in that amount, right?
Here's what I would say.
Yeah,
We have to add step 4, phase 4, step 4, whatever you want to call it.
okay,
And phase 1 needs to be, review current plan with the existing board. And that's, I think, the first step in avoiding what David described with the
Okay.
fire department.
yeah,
So that in the public, it's an item on the agenda, we all talk it openly, and people understand that this is what we're doing, they have the opportunity to comment if there's something they want to comment on.
yeah.
So
that's
I say there's no reason, based on the work that these folks have already done, that we can't expect that to happen in the next meeting,
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
okay?
Sure.
So,
I think that's reasonable.
And then clearing the building.
so Allison, that's an agenda item for our July meeting, please.
See how that works. Okay, so we're adding a phase, but we're adding it at the front.
Up front,
Okay.
exactly.
Review current plan.
Exactly.
Okay, great. All right, center building, we do not have phases here, we still have phase 1, 2, 3, 4. We had a joint
think-
presentation,
I think we've done phase 1, I think we could add phase 1 as overview, because
Yeah.
it wasn't,
and
it
that's
wasn't
the
deep.
gym is phase 1?
See, I was thinking the gym is already a project,
I can't remember Dwight's phases, that's what the problem here is. And I don't know that we're still using them.
Phase 1 is just the overview of the building.
Yeah, which we,
And
which,
we paid for it, it's completed, we have plans, and now the actual phasing of what might go has to be considered.
But the gym is already considered done, even though it was part of that review and the plan, right? Because we had funding to do the gym. Okay, so phase 2 is, that's the capital request that they put into us that we have paused right now.
Right.
Okay, so phase 2 is funding
I don't
of,
think we should
professional
decide
services?
here. Let the subcommittee, David, if it's okay with you, since it's you and Sheila's time here, let the subcommittee reach out to Dwight and the building committee, and let's hammer that out.
Yeah, and
I think it's more important that the Board of Selectmen understands that,
that would be
Just
great.
know what they wanna do. I mean, it's just,
yeah,
it's detail, we don't need to talk about here, because they've already talked about it.
right,
Okay,
right.
that sounds good. And then when it's ready, we come back here and we let everybody know what the sort of timing of that is. Okay, so what else did we do there? So tactic E, expand the charge of the town building committee for Beecher capital projects, which was tactic A. And convene, well, we said, convene tri-board meeting, Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, Board of Ed, to receive and act on recommendation to alleviate overcrowding at Beecher Road School. That is shorthand, that last part of that phrase is shorthand for a lot of things that need to happen at Beecher. So it's not just alleviate overcrowding, it's making the existing space suitable to the program. It entails the ed specs, et cetera, et cetera. We'll get to that later in this meeting. But that's kind of all we had here, and at the time, I thought the check-in at the tri-board meeting was gonna happen before anything else was gonna happen. But I think tonight we're gonna hear a little bit different, so I think that we'll revisit this tactic E with additional detail.
Well,
Yeah, I think the additional detail is actually, we can just put you know, if you wanted to put a timeline on that, the deliverable for that would be November, December of this year. To deliver on that tactic, because that's when the deliverables and that information will be available to present to the tri-board.
that'll be when the tri-board will have the information to consider.
Correct. Because at the moment, there isn't information to consider until that's gathered. But the proposed timeline for that would be at the November, or maybe a special meeting early December.
Okay, so the wording is still okay?
Yeah.
Okay. so-
Yeah, just if you
But
wanted to add
here's
a,
what-
you know,
Here's what I would suggest, though, to be
Yeah.
quite honest with you. It seems almost as if there's where we should, rather than in tactic E of strategy 3, it seems like there's where we should put, evaluate creation of evaluate establishment of municipal building committee, who would oversee all these things that you have here. You know what I mean? It seems like,
All of strategy 6, building projects. So first strategy in building projects is create a committee that's gonna look at all building projects. Is that what you mean?
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, either that or in this tactic E, but yeah, actually, we should consider that period, but that's where it seems like it should be. The consideration to establish that seems like it should be under,
Makes it even stronger than just adding it as tactic F in the other one, or
Yeah.
tactic E.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Do you guys like that idea?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm gonna note that one too. All right, so as I said, we'll probably have more details that will get added there. And then tactic F, we got more of these, okay. Town center campus infrastructure improvements, connectivity sidewalk upgrade connects Amity High School to center campus. Explore potential funding for options for improvements in the Grove, that word is changed. And then extend the campus connections to Fitzgerald Track, crosswalk and trees. Then we have this building that we're all sitting in tonight, which is over 100 years old. And then we have the town library, which we know will need renovation because it will be 25 years old this year. The Public Works building, we may need to do some things there. And Thomas Darling, we just did this cow barn, is that right?
We did the cow barn, yeah.
Yes. And the ice house and horse barn, though, are not, right?
No.
So we still have those other items.
Right.
Okay.
Is that specific to the roof, though, phase 2?
Well,
Or
the entire cow barn is done now, right? That's the big
The cow barn
structure.
is done,
Right,
The
That's
cow
one
barn,
across the
the-
street, right?
okay.
right, but.
Yeah, that's the one across the street. It looks great.
So the caretaker cottage and carriage barn, is that the roof project?
I thought it was phase 2 that was the roof.
Ice house and
Project.
horse barn.
That's the complete building, not just the roof,
Okay.
for the ice house and horse barn, I know.
But the roof we just approved, the funding line item or whatever it was.
That's for the,
Carriage barn?
yeah,
No.
I have that right here.
The one that's connected to the house. called the Carriage Barn, I think.
I think so.
Yeah. And the ice house is behind the cow barn.
It's called the middle barn roof. That's what it says here.
Middle of what?
Also, it's
It's
not
between the
called,
horse barn and the main house.
Okay.
There's like a section.
Oh,
Maybe that's what they consider that.
you know.
it's like the caretaker's roof.
Yeah.
Sheila, I'll just ask that the tactic reflect the new name of the Thomas Starling House.
Yeah, is
It's a
that what we
reasonable,
have?
it's a reasonable.
Though I don't know
Maybe
that
change
they've
it,
changed
maybe.
their signage to reflect it. So I don't know when that's
Well, it's-
actually,
So
But
it's
they have
our
corrected
house,
me when I-
so we should probably act to
Yeah,
change it too.
okay.
Maybe we could entertain
yeah,
a
say they,
request to
but
change it,
really, yeah.
because I think they do have a very nice name for it, so we need to.
I can't
Yeah, I
remember.
do remember them mentioning that. They've corrected me a couple of times, so that's a good
Yeah.
point. That's a good point.
And I don't know
Yeah, but
that our,
It's our house, so we should name it,
but they, but,
Another
oh,
good
but,
point.
But there's a,
right? Don't get to name it.
oh, interesting.
But
Oh,
we
so
I think it's
certainly
just
would take their
formality.
recommendation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
that's
a great
right.
recommendation.
You know, if they, I certainly don't have any issue with them calling it what they want. It's, they take care of it, but I think it is a process, from a process standpoint,
For us.
it's just makes sense that,
yeah.
why not?
Yeah.
It's a detail, but we should get that
That's a good-
sorted out.
All right.
Okay, so to keep
Onward.
going, 'cause we're gonna get through this. So strategy 7 has a lot of new sustainability, and I think we talked about this at the last meeting. And I think we added, comments from the Board of Selectmen meeting actually here. That's the red text you're seeing. So the tree plan is in there now, and then, sustainable CT community certification items are specifically mentioned. Then, in goal 3, because we're getting to the end, the quality of life. So we focused strategy 8 on making collaborations among departments, commissions, and the Board of Selectmen a little closer, is the word we used. And we specifically put in the green text at the end of that with a focus on aging in place assistance, because we recognize how important that is. So Community and Cultural Center is here. So with a focus on preparing for the operation of the Community and Cultural Center, and sort of acknowledging that maybe a joint community services committee could at least get started. Then that would have recreation, library, human service, portions of that. So then we would be asking for greater collaboration there, and maybe in the future, we're gonna have a different committee. It's gonna be community services, which would include running that community center, the library, all the human services things, and recreation, so that we don't have, we use it over and over again as the example, but we don't have all 4 groups doing yoga, right? We have one yoga program, and it's for everybody. So that was that.
Sheila, I'm sorry,
Sure.
but can we back up to strategy 7 on the climate, sustainability and climate?
Sure.
Thank you for making these changes and additions. I think this is really solid. One point I want to make to tactic F is inherent to a tree plan is a tree inventory. I don't know if that has to be added, but you can't have a plan without the inventory, so it really might not be.
Yeah, we can add inventory and plan.
And then I just wanted to know if in here, or maybe it's somewhere else in the strategic plan, if we care to explore infrastructure issues like stormwater drainage, that often results in road flooding.
Yeah, so there is a whole, Public Works has, they had Fuss and O'Neill create that plan a while ago, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Fuss and O'Neill consultant had
Okay.
It's for,
consulted on the plan, stormwater drainage,
I forgot the term of it, but,
affluents or something.
yeah, it's for, drainage that's not specific to our catch basins. They call it something
Yeah.
non-source.
Outflow.
Non-source point,
That's it.
okay.
Yeah,
That's it.
non-source point.
Yeah. So we do have documentation like that in the Public Works
Okay.
Department, so yeah, it should be looked at by, I
I
think
just,
sustainability did actually talk about that, because in that bronze certification, we got points for having that plan. We submitted it.
okay.
It's in the document, actually, that might be
So I
linked.
wonder if we should refer, because like as you said, the point of this strategic plan isn't just to have a plan, it's to
Right, yeah.
do it. Like for that plan that was done, should we be trying to do things?
Yeah.
You know,
So the, back up in A, the Community Resilience Building Workshop Summary of Findings.
yes.
That covered some of that. We got some grant money to do it as part of our certification process. And there's a document attached to that that sort of talks about what the threats, especially climate-related threats, are to the town.
Okay.
We had done an exercise, we'd been taken through by a consultant on how to do that exercise. So that's a starting document, it's by
Yeah.
no means the full plan.
Sure, and things have changed since 2018.
Sure, yeah, right. Yeah.
Thank you. And then I just wonder, so we have green energy plan, we have, you know, composting and tree plan. Is there benefit to adding to this, like something about considering, and maybe again, this is reflected elsewhere, but how Woodbridge could support the state's green plan or protecting open space or something like that?
Yeah, there's something further.
Further down?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna get to that, because I'm gonna go really quickly now.
See,
So,
this could be our whole meeting,
I know, that's the
this agenda item.
So POCD update, we have a tactic B under enhanced quality of life, where we sort of envision a process by which the Board of Selectmen kind of has some conversations with boards and commissions, whether we go to their meeting, they come to our meeting, et cetera. And we, receive some information and then act on recommendations. And right here, we have including the update to the town's affordable housing plan as well, right? So this is all about quality of life of Woodbridge and feeding things into TPZ's consideration for the upcoming plan of conservation and development. I think we have to probably, put this high in the agenda for timing-wise, because I think that window is closing really rapidly, so.
It's important to note that as far
Yeah.
as the entire document is concerned, it's not as if we're gonna do these things in this order at all.
Right,
This
we're
is
gonna
just to make sure we have everything in a document so that as we identify priorities, my way of looking at it is it in our strategic plan? And that's how we identify if it's a priority and what we do and how we do it. But, yeah, like Sheila says, because POCD is going on right now, that may be something that's sooner rather than later. It doesn't,
Yeah.
just something that the plan as a whole doesn't indicate that we're doing anything in this order. So it's
Right.
important to understand.
Exactly. All right, so to rapidly go through the rest of it, we've got a few things in Strategy 10 about the parks and playgrounds. I think we discussed that at our prior.
Excuse me.
And then, I guess the last major thing here is we have a whole new Strategy 12, which I think existed in a previous version that you guys saw. But this talks about having an approach to have effective and sustainable initiatives to expand housing opportunities. And again, with the attention to the aging population, but we're talking about both expanding opportunities in the business district and throughout the town to support. That would support local businesses, which feeds back into our first goal. But in addition, it's a quality of life issue, so we thought it belonged here. And then we have a couple of further tactics that include evaluating the options of what increased density means and helping, I think, to locate where we should focus attention. There are water supply, environmental considerations like sewer, septic, and then transportation and traffic issues. And then from that exploration of impact, potential impact, then tactic C, explore the opportunities for grants and other funding, with a thought in mind about what those potential impacts might be, and then incorporate these ideas, and again, get input from our town commissions and committees, including that revision of an affordable housing plan, which, we would send to a public hearing, receive that input, update, finalize, present to the Board of Selectmen to vote on again. And then lastly, tactic E, based on all of that, make recommendations to TPZ for inclusion in the POCD. That means we're gonna do it all very fast. So the question of how quickly we can do this I don't know the answer to, but these were ideas from the strategic planning committee. So with that, now you've got the full document. David, did you want to add in anything about what we were thinking when we were doing this?
That was very comprehensive. I have nothing to add.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I do think that once we've finalized some of the steps we've talked about, and we talked about it at the committee, is now getting this document to all the boards and commissions, and then also to the public. As we give it to boards and commissions, obviously the public's gonna see it too. But then always keeping in mind that we may get feedback. There may be people who have specific ideas that they want us to, hey, you forgot this, or, oh, why don't you take this approach? But this is the framework that they can give us that input. So it would continue to be part of what we talk about.
I'm gonna go on tour again with the boards and commissions, and I attend meetings periodically, but I've slowed down a little bit on it, so I'm gonna go to the boards and commissions with this document specifically. And we'll talk a little bit more about boards and commissions when we get to that item on the agenda, but the intent is to make sure that everyone understands this is something that we're encompassing. If they've got input to it, great, offer the input, and necessarily mean it's, we don't wanna put every little thing that's on here, but because there's only so much you can do, and you don't wanna be so cumbersome that you're not doing anything. So it's, but I think at this point in time, it's very, very important that the Board of Selectmen in particular really take a look at this, really digest it, really identify if there's something you feel very strongly about one way or another, as far as any changes or any modifications or edits that need to be made, so that we can start moving forward with this and start using the projected timing and notes. The notes will also include, and I'm hoping that our agendas will start to include a reference to the strategic plan. So if we have items on the agenda, that they'll actually reference what in the strategic plan, where in the strategic plan it comes up. So,
Yeah. So with that, we've sort of envisioned in that very final, the list at the very end of the document, that this revised draft that you have in front of you tonight is considered and approved tonight, so that we can move it from a 0.6 to a 1.0 version release here for the public. So we could say that's 1.0, which means we're gonna keep iterating,
Right.
but we're not in draft form anymore. This is the one that we voted on.
it's this, and it's going on the website, kind of thing.
But it's a
Yeah.
living document,
Yeah.
and so by living, it means, we can update it and add items or remove them.
Sure.
Okay.
It's dynamic, exactly.
Yep.
And
It-
we will likely have to, in terms of just as we try to make the town go.
Right. And I know that the previous town attorney, when we did look at this in the previous Board of Selectmen, noted for the record that this does not bind us to do anything. This is a planning document, and it is
I will
subject
say
to.
it's helpful in a number of ways. One is if we see funding opportunities for any of these items, we know that it's a priority for the board. And helps in a lot of ways, so.
Appreciate it. Any other questions?
I just want to thank the Strategic Planning Committee, Sheila and Dave, for this must have taken a lot of time and intention, so thank you very much.
Gotta go with Tony too, he's in
And
all the
Tony.
time.
I was gonna say,
All involved parties, sorry, I didn't mean to be.
he's got the facts and
exclusive.
figures for us when we need them, so that's an important part of this, so.
I guess, Sheila, the only thing that I would add is that Sheila has done a tremendous amount of work to put this into a very detailed and wordsmith form that I think we can understand. But that doesn't mean that just because we think that we're in the right ballpark, that it has to be done this specific way. It's kind of pointing out, we could have done it, I think, with just big bullet points and said, here's the feature, and then we left it at that. But we really tried to get into things that people have got a lot of direction out of, which doesn't mean that that's the only way we can achieve the result that it is implied. So, Sheila, applaud your work. It's been really amazing to see this come together out of just bare hen scratches on the paper. So,
Lots of pen scratches.
Thank you, I agree. Thank you very much. All right, prior to getting into Tony, I don't know if we feel as if we want to bounce around a little bit more, if you would indulge bouncing around a little bit, Maria?
Do we take a vote on?
Yeah, we probably should.
We should.
Yeah.
Before we take a vote, can I just ask Steve a question specific, relevant to the strategic planning? I know just from my previous time on the Agriculture Commission that they had put forth a good effort in the previous board to extend leases, town-owned land, leases. I don't know if that's still an initiative they're taking on, but I do wonder if that could be something we consider integrating into this. Maybe
Surprised we
not.
didn't have it on there,
But
actually.
it does contribute to quality of life, and it also can contribute to climate resilience, because often longer term leases are required for grants that would secure those implementation practices.
So you remember that the Farmers Forum that we
Yes.
held, that was part of the bronze certification?
Okay.
So there's a lot of detail,
That's
including
looped
about that
into that.
existing program for leases of farmland. That's in, and maybe this is something the Sustainability Committee, because I think you're right, it's about sustainability of the town on land. So maybe we ask them to come back and say, and because that farming forum actually did lay out, here are all these ideas about making this stronger. One was creating a standing commission for agriculture, so.
Which we did.
Yeah, so maybe we can get some more points in the certification process to take additional steps, and we would put it in, maybe we can put it in tactic A there.
And what I'm also thinking, and this is just, again, continued discussion, is that's an item that we might put on the agenda. Is it already covered under one, whether it's like what Sheila said, under the sustainability efforts for certification?
Yeah.
Or is it truly doesn't fit anywhere here, which we have to add something? And
That's
where
what
the
I would be
dynamic piece of
fearful
it comes
of.
in.
Like if they were to come to us, the Ag Commission, asking this again and it not be on the strategic plan, I wouldn't want us to not be able to
It's not a matter of not being
prioritize or
able, we can't,
consider it.
we might not consider it a priority because it doesn't fit anywhere in the strategic plan, but it is something we
Right.
can always consider.
Okay, but I'm,
Tony, you were gonna say?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that, you sort of want to balance, strategic plan. You don't want every detail on a strategic plan.
Understood.
It has to be more of a the more things you put on it, the less
bigger picture
impact it
strokes,
has.
sure.
So it should be, you have to balance the big picture with
Yeah.
that.
But I think if we make it clear that the Sustainable CT program definitely has farming as a big
Piece of it.
section, right? There's 9 strategies there, and farming is definitely there. So I would say if anybody asks, that's the one to point to say,
Oh, that one,
that
okay.
you're gonna prioritize it, because it does say, determine strategy for next steps, scope and sequence.
When are, I'm sorry.
Well, Andrew, I appreciate you highlighting that one because it is a focus, and where I remember our roadblock being is actually in the charter.
Yes.
So it might actually end up falling in charter revision where we address it specifically. So yeah, we found the roadblock, we didn't find the solution, and I think that's where we'll work
When is
with our
the-
attorneys
when are-
on that.
I'm sorry, Steve.
Yeah.
When are the leases?
So I believe
November?
I advertised them in August, and then, they are, if there are any, I have to reach out to the current lessees, whichever, whomever. And then if they wanna continue, they continue, if someone does not, then that parcel of land becomes available. We don't have any extra parcels of land, so assuming that all of our farmers want to stay within their leases, we will be approving those leases in October.
There is that one on Racebrook Road that,
That is a property, there is one property, publicly owned property that's been asked to be considered to be added to our farm land inventory. And I believe that was, he spoke at Coopop, and we are,
okay.
the next step would be the Board of Selectmen would decide then whether or not that parcel of publicly owned land, would become part of the farm lease program.
Okay, a little off
And that's where
topic.
we are, but we are working, it hasn't fallen off the radar, if that,
I just wanted to have there be something we can point back
Yes.
to in the strategic
In this case,
plan.
probably a couple of things like Steve said.
Okay,
And I think the timing for that, so it sounds like the next round of leases, I don't think we can have the charter revised in time.
No.
That's what I'm
We're
saying.
Certainly not
another-
for all of
so
us.
If there was a problem there, we gotta understand what it is so that we can determine what,
Yeah.
you know.
And it
what
might be worth
and we just
looping
have-
our
timing-wise,
new
we
town
move it.
council in.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah.
Okay.
But that's what it, you know, if someone says, hey, where does this belong in the strategic plan, that
Yeah.
we'll need to identify where things belong, so that's one of them.
All right, thank you for that
Yep.
little
Thank you.
digression.
So, and we have the request to vote on this evening. And Sheila, you were sort of live editing or note taking, but do you want to vote on the copy as presented with the updates
Yes.
coming later?
As revised at this meeting.
Yeah.
And then I'll send it out to you guys.
So
I will make,
Go ahead.
I'll allow you.
I'll make the motion to approve or adopt the strategic plan as presented here.
With revisions.
With the revisions.
As revised, yeah.
I'll second.
Afraid to ask, official of this conversation? Is there anything else, any other comments, any other discussions? All in favor? Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
guys.
you for
It's
your
a good
hard
step.
work.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Really a
thank
good
you.
step forward.
Excited.
This is really important. This
Yeah.
is really important. It's
And
taken a
thank-
little while, but I think this really will help guide us. Thank you, everyone. What I was gonna ask is, prior to getting into the regular agenda and just going in order here, I know we've had, one of our committee chairs who's been sitting here and patiently waiting for the time, and I was, wondering if you would consider indulging us to change the order here to allow our housing committee chair, Kathy, to give an update on the housing plan. Is everybody okay with that?
Sounds good.
Appreciate it. Kathy, please. I appreciate you joining us today. Now, one of the things that I wanted to bring up, and Kathy, you could certainly expound on this or tell me to, or cut me off. You have that ability. But as far as the housing plan is concerned, we do understand and recognize that it needs to be updated, needs to be revised on an ongoing basis. And we need to decide exactly how often that is. Certainly, the state has some guidelines along those lines, but we also need to decide what we need to do there. Now, considering that we are in the process of doing our POCD, it behooves us, in my mind, to kind of consider and do this in conjunction with the POCD, so as to, for example, there's a lot of demographic information on our original plan of, our original housing plan. Rather than having that committee go out there and try to develop that information, again, knowing full well that our consultants doing POCD will do that, it's better for us to wait before we revise that plan until such time as they provide us some of that information and have those inputs from our perspective. So, to that end, I didn't want everybody here expecting that we were doing a complete revision of the plan. However, I think Kathy will address a couple of items that were brought up in public comment that we would like to hear a little bit about, make sure that everyone understands has been considered and appropriately. So, with that, Kathy.
All right, great. Well, thanks again for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Housing Committee. But before I
Kathy,
actually-
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just speak into the mic,
Oh.
please? Thank you.
Sorry, I should have listened to my instructions here.
Who reads
Um,
signs?
Again, thanks again for this opportunity to speak about the work of the Housing Committee. But before I get into that, I did want to speak first about an issue that the first selectman spoke earlier on his remarks about the preservation of affordable housing. And that's related to one of the many areas I talked about in March, and I know I talked about many things in March. But this is important, the preservation of affordable housing. And that's, speaking about the Lucy Street, the elderly housing development known as the Warner. And I just want to point out that our town's, plan of conservation development and our affordable housing plan does emphasize the need to support our existing elderly residents. So it's really important in that vein that we seek an experienced perhaps mission-driven, a mission-driven, perhaps a nonprofit owner-operator that's dedicated to the well-being of our elderly residents. An operator that will ensure that the proceeds from rental housing income are reinvested in the facility through improvements or enhanced resident services and not taken out of the property for profit. you know, any new operator, owner must prioritize, you know, enhancing the quality of life for the residents over profit. And I just wanted to emphasize that, that there's
Thank you.
other options out there.
It is something that I hope to speak with Chafa, and strictly, I'm really thinking they're a great source for that type of information, and
Yes.
if we get to that point, and that's certainly something that we will look to do.
Yes,
So just so everyone here knows as well.
thank you, okay.
Thank you, Kathy.
So to segue into the housing report, the Housing Committee did approve an amendment to the Affordable Housing Plan at our last meeting, and that was in response to public comment, to clarify that the 10% requirement is for providing exemption from Section 8-30G appeals procedure. And so the amendment also provides further reference on that for more information. And we also added further clarification on Woodbridge's obligation to promote affordable housing under the Connecticut Zoning Enabling Act. And so this amendment was provided, I'm not sure if that made it into the packet. Was there?
The amendment?
Yeah, I sent an amendment, but I could send this on for consideration.
I'll make sure that it gets into the packet. If you're
Right.
talking about the,
Right now.
yeah.
And-
Basically, if you don't mind, it's pretty short. If you don't mind reading it, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So this, I guess, would be considered the first amendment for the Woodbridge Affordable Housing Plan. The purpose of this amendment is to clarify a sentence in the last paragraph, last sentence of page 12 of the town's adopted Affordable Housing Plan. So the sentence reads that outlined in this plan are the goals and strategies co-produced by the town and region to encourage capacity building efforts to reach the state's mandated 10% requirement. So we amended the sentence to read that outlined in this plan are the goals and strategies co-produced by the town and region to encourage capacity building efforts to reach the state's mandated 10% requirement for providing exemption from the Section 8-30G appeals procedure. And then we have parentheses, see 8-30G overview, page 8, to understand that this 10% is related to the builder's remedy.
You get that?
Not really.
I just want to make sure that, because
I
it
don't
was a little, from my perspective, and please keep me honest here. But it's basically saying there is a mandate that to be exempt from 830G, you have to have 10% of your housing has to be affordable housing. So
Right.
to be exempt from 830G, you have to have that. So it's a mandate from that perspective. The state says if you want to be exempt, you have to be at 10%. So that's where the 10% comes from. It's like, so it's not the state saying, well, it would be nice if you could get to 10%. It's like, well, if you want to be exempt, if you want your zoning regulations to be without question, or, without,
The burden of proof.
right. If you don't want to have, right now, if you're not where the state is, if you don't qualify, and I should probably let you explain this more so than I, but I just, just the way my mind thinks, is, a developer, for example, in a classic example of Muse in Milford, is in an area that's zoned for office space. And they put 180 units up there using 830G. And the town could not stop them from doing that based on their zoning regulations. The zoning regs were specific for office space, but they used 830G as a means by which they could build this housing complex. If you don't want that to be the case, if you want your regs to be the ones that rule, you have to be at 10%. And there are some towns that qualify for that. If you're not at 10%, then that can happen. Or the other exception is if you increase your stock by 2%, is that in a year? The 2%
As
exempt,
long as you take to get to the 2%, you
Yeah.
could apply for the moratorium.
then
Moratorium.
and what's that, Nick, 4 years?
Correct.
Okay, so from that perspective, I think it's a distinction. So the word mandate being used there is a mandate. The only thing what's really missing is a mandate for exception.
The amendments in all of your folders now.
Thank you, Elsie.
Thank you.
I'll-
Wait, so, or the 2%, Or if you increase affordable housing by 2%, you can apply for
Moratorium.
A
a
four-year
mor-
moratorium.
Is that reflected in the plan? Is that included in the plan?
It is included in the plan, like we did, you know, recommend that the town, you know, builds the number of units needed to reach moratorium. And that gives you 4 extra years, and we're not saying like, you know, well, it's 4 extra years of not doing anything. It gives you 4 extra years to be more strategic as to where you want to build your affordable housing. So you know, the housing committee does recommend that we work on building the number of units required to get that moratorium.
Could I just clarify really quickly? Everyone's saying like basically the right things here, but just to be extra clear, if we are not exempt from 830G, either by having 10% of our housing units affordable under the definition of affordable under 830G, or if we're exempt for a 4-year period by receiving an approved moratorium from the Department of Housing, which they would grant us if we could show that we have increased 2%
By
With-
2%? Sorry to
by,
cut.
yeah,
Okay.
increasing out of the total housing units in town, adding 2% of additional new units that are defined, that fall under that definition of affordable under 830G. If we're not exempt from 830G, then it's very difficult for our zoning commission to deny an application that comes in for a 100 unit, 120 unit, whatever, as long as they're saying, okay, I have this big project, I'm gonna apply to put it wherever I want, right here. You know, even if a bunch of people in town don't want it there, I'm bringing it under 830G, and 830G gives me the protection because I'm going to be restricting 30% of the units of those 100 or whatever they are at the affordability levels that 830G requires. So basically, if they dedicate a portion of these big, sometimes very onerous developments, then 830G shields them and really, again, makes it difficult for us to say, no, we don't think that's the right spot there for all these different reasons. It's a very high bar to be able to deny that proposed location in that development. So that's
That's if we got an application.
if you get an application that meets the requirements to
Right.
satisfy that 30% threshold.
Right. And I don't know that the town ever has gotten it.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of,
Okay.
but
So then the other thing I just wanted to understand is how many units are we talking about, though? To get this, qualify for the moratorium, it was 2% more than we have now, or 2%?
yeah, so it's
Total.
a total, it's based on, HUD has like census data on what the total number of housing units in town are.
Right,
And then the way that DOH actually calculates it, it's not just, oh, you have 1,000 units in town, and what's 2%, add that many more units. It's, you get a certain number of points for 1 bedroom versus 2 bedroom, you get more points if one is restricted to deeper levels of affordability. So it's sort of like a sliding scale that you get to that 2% by virtue of this point system. So it's not necessarily, oh, X number more units we need to add. It might be a combination, but I mean, I don't know off the top of my head. I mean, you could do the rough math and whatever 2% of the total
300 or
housing
something.
units in.
No, actually, if you think about it, we've got, I'm just gonna go on households in terms of what I understand in households, when we send out mailings and things of that nature, I'd say 38 to 4,000. So if you use 3,800, 2% is 76. If you just, straight math, not without points or anything along those lines.
And for the benefit of
but that's not
everybody,
taking into account new units that have come on, right? So Toll Brothers, for example, is
Correct.
80 units.
Well, the
No, it
3,800 is
I
probably
think
taking,
3,800 's yeah, it's probably a little high.
yeah, it's higher than, I'm taking into, the 3,800 I think would include something like
Includes
that, yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that the assisted livings count, but not as much as an affordable housing unit. There's some sort of
Yeah,
math.
it's,
Further
it's
math.
this points still, it's part of that scale, right? I mean, just for context here, and I know we're running on this, but, I mean, yes, this town hasn't historically seen, applications coming in from developers, there's not land to develop. I mean, unless people are knocking down a bunch of buildings, it's probably unlikely that's going to come in. But where towns, and some towns in Fairfield County in particular, where they want to utilize that moratorium, and they do have a lot of these developers coming in and proposing things in areas that we don't think is safe, and the public opposes it. That's where local housing authorities are involved, where they do 100%, all the units are designated affordable, and that's a partnership thing with the town, but, you know, this is a much more developed scenario than we're at currently in town, and the moratorium process itself, if we were to ever get there, and if there was a need to get there, I mean, it's a pretty complex application process, the thing's like this thick, so. But yeah, the law allows it, but I mean, that's where we're at in this 830G world. If somebody comes in and meets 830G, they have control to put it wherever they want, under whatever terms they sort of want.
Thank you, and sorry for hijacking that for a little while there.
And can I just, but the affordable housing is defined by 830G for this purpose.
Correct.
So it's not just houses that we consider below the median
Correct. It has to meet-
cost of
it has to meet
Woodbridge.
their
It
definition.
has to be their definition. Okay.
Thank you, Nick, that was very helpful, actually.
It was.
Also, on the amendment, we did add further clarification on Woodbridge's obligation to promote affordable housing under the Connecticut Zoning Enabling Act. And actually, I forgot where I was. I just wanted to finish reading this amendment. So this amendment also adds text to page 12, a new paragraph that talks about under Connecticut Zoning Enabling Act, each municipality's zoning regulations are required to affirmatively further fair housing, promote housing choice and economic diversity in housing, including housing for both low and moderate income households, and address significant disparities in housing needs and access to educational, occupational, and other opportunities. And we also have that language now in our zoning regulations. That came into effect in June 2021. So the Housing Committee I don't know, is there any questions on the zoning amendment before, the affordable housing amendment before I go on? Okay.
Thank you.
The Housing Committee did participate in Earth Day in April, and it's just interesting you're talking about sustainable CT, because our table featured two major categories of the sustainable CT framework that includes healthy, efficient, and diverse housing and effective, compassionate homeless prevention. So if you're looking to get more points on your for certification, these are two areas I would also recommend to work on. I know Betsy Yagla did some work in these areas.
Angela.
But sustainable, and it seems like everybody knows what sustainable CT is. It's collaborative, innovative, inclusive state efforts to create thriving communities. And with that, we also, on Earth Day, we presented a poster board that showed examples of affordable housing throughout Connecticut. That's really beautifully developed and would be a huge asset in Woodbridge. And I just kind of brought this for show and tell to show this, and I could leave it on over here if you want to take a look at it after the meeting. But it just shows some really nice affordable housing developments that would really, I think, look be an asset for Woodbridge.
Is Lascana on there?
Yes.
Is that the one in the Beaver
Orange.
Hill? Oh.
No, this is the one in
They
orange.
just redid some in the Beaver Hills section, and they look really nice.
Yeah, here's some, up top here is Guilford's, this is homeownership opportunities. So, Brookfield, North Haven,
What's that for New Canaan Parish?
no, that's not New Canaan Parish. This is, they're 1 and 2 bedroom units. New Canaan Parish is, it's more, that's a bigger development. That's off
Thank
Rainier
you.
Parkway. And we did spotlight 3 of our local homeless providers, New Reach, Columbus House, and Bethel Center at our table. And in fact, one of the agencies, Bethel Center, provided us with a important data point. And she created like this flyer. So it was based on 211 clause, which is the state information line, which is the first step for if you're in need of shelter, you call it a 211 system. It's part of the coordinated access network system in our homeless delivery system. So for the last period, the latest year period, there was 192 calls made from Woodbridge, and a third of those calls was for shelter, requesting shelter. So that's clearly demonstrating the extent which our neighbors, our own neighbors, are struggling with housing stability. So I just wanted to bring that out to light, because it was, a lot of people were pretty sobered by the statistic.
Yeah, I'd be curious to better understand the data source and what that means.
Yeah, it's our 211 system, or 911 system, or 401 system.
But those are people calling from homes seeking a different type of shelter, or
yeah, they could be in a state of being evicted, or maybe they moved in with somebody and they have to move out. So it's all those
could it
scenarios.
be domestic violence or anything like
It
that?
could be a whole, whoever is housing, there's a whole call system. If you're seeking shelter, it gets calculated.
Okay, so I'm just seeking the clarification to understand the reason behind seeking shelter. It might not be exclusive to cost of living. It could be to safety and other, other needs, correct?
It could be,
Okay.
yeah, but in most cases, it's just that people are in need of housing, in need of shelter, needed to sleep, find some place to sleep that night.
Right.
So, yeah, it could be a domestic violence situation. But I'm just, bringing out the point that we have, that there's people in Woodbridge that are struggling with because of lack of housing. This is all, homelessness, the increase of homelessness is directly correlated to the lack of housing.
Sure, but I also fear that you're making claims based on that you're drawing assumptions from this, saying that the reason they're calling is because there's not housing they can afford, which is true to a certain extent, but not necessarily.
What I'm drawing in the conclusion is these calls are coming from Woodbridge.
Yes.
And it's the fact that they find themselves in an unstable housing situation.
Okay, thank you.
Which
that
pretty much could be because they can't afford the housing.
That could be one of the reasons.
That's probably, I would venture, based on my professional opinion, it's because of affordability issue.
Okay.
Homelessness is attributed to a lack of income, affordability issue.
But those calls aren't necessarily from homeless or houseless people.
No, they're on the verge of becoming homeless, so they're calling to find shelter.
Okay.
Okay, we also reviewed Guilford's recently adopted inclusionary zoning ordinance, and just some of the highlights there. Guilford's affordability requirements do kick in at 2 or more units. And all new residential developments are subjected to 12% affordability, and there's also provisions for creating the housing off-site. There are opt-out provisions where you could pay into an affordable housing trust fund, and that's in an amount of 12% of total development costs. So, the committee, is looking forward to working to the town planner, with the town planner to determine, the right balance for inclusionary zoning. And I guess that brings up, the question, listening to Councilwoman McCrevin, it's kind of sounds like you're doing the same thing. So I just want to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and, that we're working in a coordinated fashion, because this is, something that we are planning to work on. And I just want to
Clarify that, please, Kathy. Say that again, clarify, please.
I just wanted to, because Councilwoman McCrevin talked about kind of doing something similar. I just wanted to get clarification on that, because we were planning on working with the town planner to determine the right balance of what would work for inclusionary zoning in our town, because that's one of our strategies in our plan that you approved and adopted. So I just want to make sure that our work is, we're not duplicating our efforts, and that we're working in a coordinated fashion. So I just wanted to raise that after hearing the update on the strategic plan.
Okay. All right. From the way I see it, the strategic plan says that we want to do it. If you folks are doing it, that's
Right.
us doing it, from my perspective.
Okay.
But so it's, I think it's important that all the committees, yours included, understand what's on there and indicate to the board that, okay, this is what we're doing and falls right in with this, and everybody's happy. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't think.
The Board of Selectmen has to take action to do that, so it's a recommendation that comes from housing or.
Right, I mean, my
committee.
thought is we come up with what we think makes sense, we bring it to the Board of Selectmen.
Right, exactly.
Prior to it being passed by planning and zoning.
And I guess what I'm saying is, if you're looking into it, what we're saying is we would like, this is something, we're
Right.
going in this direction. So I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
We don't want to duplicate effort.
Right, okay, so I just want to make
So-
sure that
but
that we're
ultimately-
doing this, we bring it to the Board of Selectmen, and then if you're okay with that direction, then you would probably bring that to planning and zoning, or we bring it to planning and zoning, and they would adopt that as their zoning
Take
regulation.
the necessary steps, but
Okay.
yeah. And
Unless we did it through ordinance, which is the other.
part of it can be done through ordinance, but if I'm not mistaken, from what we're finding out, it has to start with zoning.
No, I
So-
think, that would be adopted, the regulation would be adopted through because we have a zoning commission in Woodbridge, so that would be adopted, based on my understanding, by the zoning commission and not through an ordinance committee.
So
Because
we
have-
looked at Guilford as an example.
We did.
And Guilford did it as ordinance. And
You
New
just
Haven-
mentioned Guilford's ordinance.
Yeah, New Haven has ordinance.
Yeah, but
too.
that was through the planning and zoning.
Right, can I clarify really quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've done a few of these inclusionary zoning initiatives for some of our other towns, and it's largely been a
Prong.
two-prong thing here. So yes, an ordinance might get passed to, for example, set up and establish the affordable housing fund.
Yeah, yeah.
That the zoning regulation that gets approved by TPZ spells out like the details of, okay, when you're applying for this type of development, you are required to restrict X portion as affordable under the statutes. If you don't, you pay into this fund that the Board of Selectmen just authorized by ordinance.
ordinance.
Yeah, so but yes, there is a component that is gonna need to be approved as a regulation before the TPZ.
Because they're gonna enforce it. They're gonna administer it, not the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you. That helps.
Yeah, because we were also, I think we recommended this last time, we talked about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, which would be an ordinance, not a planning and zoning. So that component would be under ordinance. So we're also looking at Chaffa mortgages, because housing units financed by Chaffa mortgages do count towards our housing effort. And so then, based on a conversation I had with a Chaffa representative, you know, they're like, why aren't you using Chaffa mortgages? And so I started talking, our committee started talking to different realtors. You know, one suggested that it's not always the financing of choice, and it's time consuming and labor intensive, but I talked to another realtor, and he said the problem is that we just don't have enough housing opportunities that meets the threshold of a Chaffa mortgage. And he said it actually went, I was shocked, because he said it actually went up to $510,000 for a Chaffa mortgage, which I thought was really high. And he said even with that, they don't have enough inventory.
Current inventory. In other words,
Current
houses for
inventory,
sale
or
right now.
people that, because I think the person has to be, you know, you have to have certain income limits as well. And he says it just, you know, as much as he would like to encourage that, it just doesn't seem to be working. But, you know, we're still going to look into to see how we could promote the use of Chaffa mortgages. We still have some more work to do.
And can that be for Chaffa mortgages for people already in place, I take it?
Yeah,
Like
if
somebody
anybody
with
has a
existing
Chaffa mortgage,
homes that have a
right,
Chaffa
that, and I
mortgage.
think there is a couple that are on our appeals list,
Okay.
that are on there, they have a
Excellent.
Chaffa mortgage, it does count towards your affordable housing. So I think the bottom line is, you know, to promote Chaffa mortgages, we need to create more affordable homeownership opportunities, including, you know, multifamily type of developments. And so to do that, one of our strategies in our affordable housing plan is the creation of incentive housing zones. And that's where the state provides incentive payments for creating areas where there's higher levels of density. And we have scheduled representatives from the Department of Housing to present at a joint meeting of the Housing Committee and the town's planning and zoning on Tuesday, September 3rd. So, you know, the committee is optimistic that with guidance from our soon-to-be town planner, we could start identifying sites where we can actually create incentive housing zones. Also, research was conducted in our effort to counterbalance concerns on how increased multifamily housing would impact our school system. The town of Fairfield, specifically Mark Barnhart, who's the Economic Development Director for the town, has been tracking school enrollment in multifamily housing for the past 10 years. And he did this to have a data, you know, driven response to critics. And I provided, and I don't know, Allison, you put that in?
It's not in the folder as yet.
Okay, all right, so I provided the town with the report that shows, and so again, it's tracking multifamily housing of 10 units or more, whether or not they're affordable or not affordable. And so the data shows that for multifamily housing developments for 10 or more units, there were 0.13 school-aged children per unit.
In which town?
Fairfield.
Did you get these data from more than one town?
No, but this is just the one I knew who was collecting.
Okay.
I did hear that.
I spoke with Mark Barnhart about
Oh, he did, good.
about this, yes. And he indicated that he feels, I asked him if there were other communities that had information. His analysis, which you will get, I wanted you to I didn't want to just send it without saying exactly what it was.
Okay.
But you will receive it, and his data included specifically, in the developments go all the way back to the 1960s in terms of different developments and different sizes, the size of the number of units, the size of and then the number of children. But what it didn't include that I thought would be that would resonate is, so how much taxes do these locations generate? So if for example, the report as a whole summarized, and I don't know that you have it there, but I believe it was something like 2,027 total units generated 2,077 kids. You know, so, and what I thought would be really helpful is to see how much taxes did it generate, you know, on an annual basis as well, so you can kind of compare it and understand whether or not what it is, so. So it was very telling. It's what I've been you know, it's something that, and I'm sorry, Kathy, I don't mean to,
No, please.
but, you know, working with SCROG, I go to SCROG meetings, and SCROG's just a great organization, because it's all other municipalities like Guilford and other places who are doing different things, and you get to talk to people about it specifically. But one of the things I've been bugging them about doing is specific Connecticut-specific type analysis. So there's been enough data. We've had affordable housing for quite some time now. There should be some very specific data that tells us what's happening. And this was one such report that did that. He thinks that the Trumbull report, and he's gonna help me try to see if I can get it, does include tax revenue.
Yeah, it
You know,
does.
in addition to it, so, but it's something that, for my mind, kind of,
Mika,
whatever.
I'm, just because probably I don't have any way to follow along with this other than hearing it through a microphone and so forth. I'm just having a hard time following it. Are we talking about one specific, project somewhere? in
No.
Connecticut?
No, well, no, we're talking specifically about what he did is a 10-year study on a number of different developments in Fairfield, all different sizes, you know, like some of them were 10 units, some of them were 80 units, and things of that nature.
Okay.
So various developments in town that were built as far back, that were originally built as far back, I think of the late 60s, the early 70s type of thing. A lot of them obviously very recently. And what he did is he took and he basically identified the number of school-aged children in each of those developments.
Over that time?
Not over, no, I don't know that it's necessarily
Just
over that
Well, he
time.
did it on a yearly,
Yeah.
on a yearly basis. He would take the school enrollment data and take the addresses and cross-reference it with the addresses
Yeah,
of
we have
the-
similar data in the town census.
No, this is a little different, I think. This is very specific.
Well, no, in terms
It's
of like
specific.
what households have what students at Beecher, we have them tagged in the census.
Right, so whatever he used, and I'm not sure what he used, but his results indicated, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was, you know, it was just something I was just really, really pleased to see something that was Connecticut specific and current
Mhm.
and available. So,
Right. And, you know, and Fairfield is, you know, located next to a core city as we are in New Haven. They are next to Bridgeport. So there's a little point of comparison there. Let's see. And so another important activity the Housing Committee is working on is providing the necessary input that would go into the plan of conservation and development, which would be based on the affordable housing plan that has been adopted by the town. So I imagine it's gonna be the same type of procedure. We're gonna come up with recommendations, bring it to the Board of Selectmen prior to that going to planning and zoning. So, you know, before I get into, I wanted to talk about public comment that was provided back in March. But I wanted to emphasize again that the Housing Committee is deploying a multifaceted approach to advance housing opportunities. And our strategies are very much aligned with the proposed state, and I'm talking about the state's plan of conservation, or the proposed state's plan of conservation and development. And its vision for increasing and diversifying Connecticut's housing supply in areas with existing supportive infrastructure in a way that includes rental and ownership, affordable and market rate, and small and family-sized units in a variety of medium and high-density development types. And just to reiterate, you know, our strategies do include promoting higher density housing in areas that are served by existing infrastructure, as well as updating zoning regulations to create mixed use in the business district, repurposing underutilized vacant office space and commercial buildings, and advocating for an objective study for expanding our public water sewer infrastructure to, you know, inform our options in towns. You know, we firmly believe that housing and conservation are not mutually exclusive, and we have invested much time in becoming more knowledgeable about Woodbridge Greenway, as well as attending summits sponsored by the Connecticut Land Conservation Council. And I did talk about this in March. So in terms of, you know, public comment that was provided in March to the Board of Selectmen, there was a resident that talked about the state's proposed plan and really characterized it as a, you know, seismic shift from the current plan, but the fact that it was solely centered on climate change and conservation of open space. But we just want to point out that this draft plan states, when it states that it's different from recent iterations, and it's framed around new priorities, those priorities include the insufficient supply of affordable housing at various income levels. So, all we want to do is just encourage everybody on this board to read the plan and to become informed and not rely on anyone's opinion of what it represents. For our part, we are encouraged by the state's efforts to address competing agendas in a manner that promotes greater equity and inclusion in land use, planning, and policies. And we're also encouraged that this responsibility now for the state's plan has moved to the OPM's Office for Responsible Growth. So that's it. In closing, we acknowledge that we're, among exciting, positive movements in Woodbridge. And we look forward to working with the Board of Selectmen as you oversee or take part in the various critical ongoing planning efforts, including your own strategic plan and the town's plan of conservation and development. So with that, I'm not sure if there's any more questions.
I'd like to make a comment and a request, actually, for your committee. And that's specifically, last I checked, and I periodically check with Chris just to see what's going on, there certainly seems to have been an increase in terms of the ADU applications, which is wonderful. But not so much in regards to the duplex,
Right.
Regulation. And I'm just wondering if your committee could look at how we could better communicate and market, whatever you want to say, the fact that that's an option that's available out there, to make sure that it's something that could be considered since it's available. It's something that was changed, but so far we haven't had a lot of traction on it, and I'd like to see what we can do to get more traction.
Yeah, we did start doing that, by talking to realtors, who's selling land or talking to property owners, because you could like create duplexes, you could repurpose, a single
Right.
family house to a duplex. So there are, many options out there. I was working through that sector. But, we did do an article on ADUs, and I'm not sure whether or not that's something you want to put in your newsletter. We did submit that to the town.
So if you hear of other things that are being done, or you have some ideas there, I'd welcome hearing
I was
them.
thinking for the duplexes, really, it's putting that through the our local realtor association to try to, promote that. I mean, that was my thought, but I certainly, because, we don't have the Woodbridge Town News anymore. I mean, I
Right.
guess we do, but I don't think anybody really, I find it hard to even look at it. So it's kind of hard to get that information out, and I
Okay.
don't think it's something the New Haven Register is going to want to pick up.
Yeah, no, or that everybody's picking that up,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Anything else, anybody? Kathy, thank you very much. I
Okay,
appreciate the
thank you.
update.
Thank you.
And I know we'll be talking more as relates to the whole POCD thing as we get more into it.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, another thing I wanted to just, advise everybody, and you might know this, but just wearing my planning and zoning hat, the survey, the community survey, for the
yes.
POCD is live. So you could go on the town's website and take that. And we encourage everybody to, we're trying to get, he said 2%, but, I know with housing, when we did our housing survey, we did pretty well in getting responses. So please,
good.
everybody, take the survey.
Is there a deadline for that, for submission?
I don't know if she put a I think it was like the beginning of July is the deadline. If I noticed that, at least in the email she sent me, she didn't put down a deadline, but I think it's the, first week of July.
I know we've had as many as 600 responses, which I didn't know until yesterday is considered tremendous. I went to a meeting with a group of other municipalities, and Old Saybrook has done some wonderful things with sustainability. And I'm sorry to get off topic a little bit, but at any rate, And she had said that they did theirs and they've got like 150 to 200 responses. And Chris told me the last time we did it, we got 600. So apparently people do take it, and it's, so. Yes, please, I wouldn't mind having it. Thank you. All
That
right.
is a notable statistic, Mika, because, I mean, we represent Old Saybrook too, and they have a very good planner and land use director, and they're on top of things over there,
Yeah.
and so, yeah, I mean, that's a big number.
Yeah, I gotta, no, of course I gotta go back down to her and say, are you sure?
Well, and I guess the concern might be that you can take it multiple times if you log in from a different IP address or
Yeah.
whatever, so.
Oh, yeah,
There's
with
no way to
the
control that.
process.
no way to control it.
think
It's,
I was unclear as to whether
I think
this
June
means that we
30th.
actually have some amendments that we're going to, apply to the housing plan. Is that just a little piece that we're doing? I mean, I didn't
Yes,
see anything in paper, but I heard some things a little confusing because it moved between what they were doing and what they were amending. And it was a little hard to tell which was an amendment and which was just work that they had ongoing. Do we have amendments that eventually we're going to be looking at? Because it's our plan that we're submitting to the state.
yes, there are, they submitted, 2 specific edits or amendments, however you want to put it, David, that that formally they submitted. And everything else was more
And we're
discussion.
going to see those at some point.
Yes, as a matter of fact, you'll see that, you'll probably see that by Friday.
And
thank
just to remind everyone, I know we just talked about it, it seems like 3 days ago, but it was maybe an hour ago. It's in our strategic plan that we're gonna consider these
Yeah.
things.
So, all right. Back to Tony, I believe.
Okay.
You're on 7 Forest Road, that's the agenda item under you.
Thank you.
Do we do bond sale results?
No, we didn't do bond sale results yet.
Well, no,
Allison has us one step closer to the door, but not there yet.
I'll try and go through this quickly. So we had a bond and note sale on, in May, and I wanted to give you the results. So our bond sale, the winning bidder was TD Securities at 3.03%. So that is a long-term bond, 15 years is what we used for that. And our notes were at 3.91%, which is an annual note. The interesting thing is that the short-term rates were much higher than the long-term rates. So it's usually about the other way around, but we have an inverse yield curve, which seems to think that the investment market seems to think that rates are going to go down in the next few years, which is why short-term rates are higher, and then years 2, 3, 4, 5 get lower. So I just thought I'd mention that. But
So Tony, this bond is the Beecher Roof?
Beecher, yeah, well, it's a portion. So the bond is for $1 million. Let's see, bonds are for the roof and for the site work.
Okay.
So it's a portion. The
Everything
roof-
we approved in January at the
Correct,
special town
but it's
meeting?
just a
Okay.
portion because most of it's for the site work, but the roof, we're not sure. First of all, the bids came in a lot less than we thought, and we're not sure how much grant revenue we're getting, so you don't want to borrow too much if you don't need to, so we sort of have to balance the cash flow when we issue bonds, and we try to borrow as much as possible, and then the rest to fix the rate, and then the rest are notes, which come due in a year. So in a year, we have to then finance the remainder of the project.
And that we could wrap in with some other things.
So if you have something else to do at that time, that would be a good time to do it, because we have to borrow for the rest of this project. So when we pay fees for our bond counsel and for our financial advisor and for Moody's, it's the same fee, whether it's $1 million, $5 million, $10 million, it's all the same work. It's just the numbers are different. So to the extent you have more projects, you should do them all at the same time.
Tony, if I'm not mistaken, this is considered a pretty good, we did pretty well with
We did,
that bond sale.
we did, yep.
And in our bond
3%,
rating.
3% has a lot to do with it. That's a good lead into our credit opinion, which I also attached to this. So we were reaffirmed at our AAA rating. And the thing I want to bring to your attention is if you read in the summary, it mentions that is sort of interesting, that the town's financial position is steady but has low reserves. When they say reserves and liquidity, it's sort of referencing fund balance, in reference to national medians. So we're quite low compared to national medians, but because Connecticut has the ability to, has property tax, which is not as volatile as other towns that have, or other municipalities that use income tax or sales tax or other, that's sort of discounted a little. But I want to bring to your attention the strengths, which is our capacity to access wealthy tax base, which is pretty, I think, self-explanatory. The other is our long-term liabilities are much, and annual fixed costs are much lower than AAA's of our size. So when they say long-term liabilities, they mainly mean our debt service, our OPEB liability, and our pension. So the challenge in a structure that sort of factors and really looks at short-term, which is our annual budget process, the challenge is to keep an eye on those long-term liabilities, because it doesn't really, the process doesn't really lend itself to that. So if you see there, the last line of the summary says the fairly small leverage is a signal of management's effective oversight of our assets and maintenance. So I just want you to be aware that something that could lead to a downgrade, that's a little later in the report, is a material decline in your reserves, which is a decline in your fund balance, or an increase of your fixed costs, which would be, you know, bonding a lot.
Because we don't really, our OPEB and, what was
You
the other
have,
one?
so you have a fair amount of control over what you do for debt service. You have a little bit of control over OPEB, and pension we have no control over because we're in a state plan.
Right, and OPEB we've been paying into.
We have,
where a lot of people haven't.
And, right, we've been paying into it, which a lot of towns haven't, and also we've eliminated health care for retirees after 2017. It's for new hires.
Do you want to, for general information, explain what OPEB?
Sure, OPEB is for, is short for other post-employment benefits. It's essentially, we have to account for in our financials, the, mainly it's retiree health care, because that's the big item that we provide for retirees. So you have to account for, similar to a pension, what those costs are going to be in the future. And so we put money towards those costs in a trust fund, and those are earning interest. And also, we eliminated health care for retirees who were hired for, in retirement, for employees that were hired after 2017. So as our employees retire and new people come on, the amount we have to pay for retiree health care is less. Our goal eventually is to have this trust fund pay for all of those retiree health care costs, and therefore eliminating it from our budget, which is currently about $900,000. So at some point, those two will cross.
Somewhere in the future.
Right.
Yeah, so Tony, when you're talking about OPEB, that's both the town and
And the Board of
Woodbridge
Education,
Board of
correct.
Ed, but
Excellent
not
point.
the Amity Board of Ed.
Not the
'cause they
Amity
have
Board.
a separate fund.
Right, and the Woodbridge Board of Ed has not eliminated health care for new hires, I don't think. But,
Retiree health,
did they, do you know? I don't know if you know that.
retiree,
I think
think
it was
it's part
limited to
of-
some extent, but
Isn't
not
it part
completely.
of,
Sterling and Sterling.
isn't it part of, yes, they've changed the structure to reduce the cost significantly, but I think it's part of the pension, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know if that's true?
There were some changes, and I don't remember exactly what it was in the last contract negotiation.
Yeah. But in any event, it's for police, town, and Woodbridge Board of Education. But I just thought the credit opinion is always interesting, so,
Yeah.
at least to me.
Us too. We appreciate your work,
Thank
Tony.
you for your hard work.
So that's the bond sale results.
Thank you.
Okay. Next is 7 Forest Road. I have to pull up the information here, just give me a second. So, 7 Forest Road are what are known as the theater lots. Does everyone know what those are?
I
You know?
just became
The lore.
familiar when I saw it on the agenda, but I don't have historic context.
You're going to be surprised.
I'm gonna dig up one of those coupons. They gave them out
They
at
used to give
theaters
them
in
Right.
the
they used to
30s.
give coupons out at theaters for
It's like
property.
a raffle
For,
prize.
right, it's like a raffle prize for property.
Yep.
And the little tiny pieces of property, you
Sometimes
see on the
I wish I
map.
was born in a different time. Oh,
Would you
nice.
like popcorn in the building lot?
So you can see on the map that you were provided with, there's a bunch of them. And we've acquired all of them, we being the town, with the exception of the ones that have a black box around them. And number 7, which are the two, if you make it a little bigger here, you can
The
see number
top
7,
right, I think.
top right.
Yeah.
right.
So
Sort of in the
only
middle.
the top right, well, is it also the bottom right?
There's 2
No.
of them
There's a bunch,
next to each other. Number 7 is
2 lots.
owned by the state of Connecticut. So they want to sell the property. I'm not sure how they acquired it,
I think somebody
you know?
forfeited it or left it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So, they've, for $1,500, the state has offered to sell those 2 to the town, and then we acquired 2 more of the lots.
Wait, for 1,500?
Right.
Correct.
Oh, I must have misread that.
how many
first
feet
time
wide?
around.
It's
They're like
50 by a couple
200.
hundred.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
Tiny.
They're tiny,
You can put a tent on it.
right? But if you put them all
But when you add
together,
them, put them all
Right.
together,
Right,
there's,
right, right.
it's several acres
Mhm.
if you put them all together.
Right.
For each block. So the
Was
town
it-
can acquire.
Was it the previous Board of Selectmen that got the original presentation? Because we did have a presentation
Yes.
on it. Okay,
It
it
was
was
the
the
origi-
previous
it was the
board though,
previous
that's
board.
why you guys don't know, okay, sorry.
We could, I mean, we could do that, I suppose, but.
Tony, is Forest Road a real road?
Paper.
No,
No.
it's a paper road. It's
Okay.
sort of like
So,
it's just an access to the house in the back.
so it's only for lot 7.
Right.
And can you just provide some context of the other lots we see off
Sure.
of Forest Road?
Certainly. You mean the other theater lots that are not
I
owned
guess
by the
those
town?
are all theater lots?
Yeah,
I-
see, they're all, there's numbers, there's,
Yeah.
so.
7, 9, 13, 1, 5, and then below that there was like 1, 14, 15,
Right.
if I'm,
So,
if I'm reading.
4, 6, 10, 13, 16, 20, and 12 are all not owned by the town. They're owned by someone else.
One individual?
No, all
Or
different people.
multiple? Okay.
Of those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are either significantly back in taxes or have contacted the town at some point and would like to give the property to the town. So there's some possibility with 2, 3, 4, 5 of those lots.
And it's our tax collector who sometimes comes to us to talk
Right,
about
sometimes
this.
the tax collectors tried in the past to have the town acquire those because they're not paying taxes on it, they just continue to. 3 is owned by the Woodbridge Land Trust.
Interesting. And these are buildable lots,
I could-
maybe?
it-
Even though the access right now,
Right,
like it would
access
have
is
to
an
be,
issue,
yeah,
right.
okay.
Get some
But
wetlands
yes,
in
that's
there.
the possibility.
it's feasible, correct.
I did ask Chris if there were any wetlands in the area, and she said no.
So I'm
There's
sorry,
also no sewer or water.
we own how many of the
We
theater
own all-
lots?
So we own all the ones that are not,
Dotted lines. All
the
the
ones
That
that are
are
not.
not
squ-
dotted
had-
No,
No,
that
no, the
are.
ones that don't have a black square around them.
Right.
So you can see how many there's a lot of them we own already.
If you go on
So
the
we own
actual.
all
Oh,
the
like
dotted
these?
lines.
Wait, so these are all lots?
So if you go on the
Oh my
live
goodness.
map, anything that you can click is not owned by us.
Right, yeah, I'll
Otherwise,
have
when you
to look
click the
this up
bigger
on the
piece.
town.
Yeah, if you go on the
Yes.
GIS, you
Yeah.
can see, you can
I-
follow the numbers, and it tells you who owns them and all that
Okay.
stuff.
Interesting.
Our item for today,
Sorry.
Is the state has offered to sell 7 for $1,500.
and we are asking the board to vote on approving our town to, we don't need, in this case, sale of property because of the amount. It's $1,500. We don't need to go to a town meeting or have other It's just really on the board.
And I would say it's subject to an 824 referral TPZ.
Actually, I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah, as a result
Here.
of the 824.
Right.
So I'll make the motion to approve the purchase of the property located at 7 Forest Road pending results of an 824. It's pending results. Yeah, resulting from.
Did we have a motion last year to do that? Or just to proceed?
No, it was to seek it
Yes.
because at the time,
Okay.
Jerry, our previous town attorney, had contacted the state and
So it was just to
inquired
proceed
about it,
last time, okay.
about purchasing it, and they went through their internal process and came back and said, yes, we will sell it.
So we voted to proceed, and now we're gonna vote to proceed more.
To answer a previous question, on at least our town GIS records, it's 0.12 acres
For 7,
for 7.
right?
And its land class code is commercial. For whatever that's worth.
Interesting.
That I didn't know.
So
Zoning A, but
So these are eighth of an acre, is that what you're talking about?
Tiny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
tiny,
this one
yeah.
is, David, but it's actually a part, if you put a bunch of them together, it becomes a larger piece of property.
Right.
I just wanted, I don't understand why one person wants to own an eighth of an acre that you can't do anything with.
At the time, they were gonna develop a housing, like a
Right.
whole housing project there in the 1930s,
Yeah, we're going back decades.
when people had nowhere to live because of the Depression.
Before zoning.
Yeah.
Before.
Right.
Probably was,
So-
yeah.
So I believe there's a motion. Is there a second?
Could
Give me a
I
second.
make one suggestion for that motion also, if we could tack on, and subject to, review and approval of the associated documents by the town attorney's office. I just wanna, and Tony, I'll follow up with you on this, on who your contact was with the state, just so that I make sure we get the paperwork.
Right, yeah, absolutely, yep. Okay.
So I can amend that motion, yes, to,
I added it.
subject to review and approval of town attorneys.
Okay.
Looking for 2024, I'm pending approval of town
Andrea's-
council review.
I'll
Still
still
seconding it?
second it.
Is there additional conversation and discussion? See, Sheila?
Yeah, I just want to understand where the funding is coming from, because back at the previous Board of Selectmen had a request to use open
Right,
space
that's a good
funds.
question. So my suggestion is to not use open space funds, and to use funds out of the general fund budget, which is what we have money earmarked.
Okay, and so with this motion, are we enacting that, or are we gotta wait for TPZ to come back and then we'll do another motion for where we're getting the money?
No, I haven't.
1,500 is below the threshold?
Correct.
for- Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
so I have it in the budget for this purpose, and so that's what I would suggest.
So the one thing I would just know, I think that's a fine idea, it's only $1,500, but the Conservation Commission had requested it, so I don't know if we, maybe just
So
a
if you use open
conversation
space
back.
funds, there may be restrictions on
Mhm.
what you can use the property.
And being that it's in the middle of a larger property, I would think that that's not necessarily the most prudent thing to do at this point in time. If we want to keep it as conservation, we can identify and do that. But considering it's a hodgepodge of property, let's see what else,
I
what other
think
possibilities there are.
Even if we use the open space fund, we've had some discussions about other properties in town that were purchased with open
Right.
space funds, and after a while, the
After a
Board
while,
of
that's
Selectmen
Right.
correct.
could opt out
The
anyway.
perception of it.
So
of
it doesn't restrict
preclude
it,
you, yeah.
yeah.
But the
It-
perception of it, I just thought for $1,500, it's not worth it.
Right, so we should probably just let the Conservation Commission know. Thanks for that suggestion, we're not gonna do that.
So this would increase, if I'm reading this GIS map right, the surrounding already town-owned land is 4.91 acres of commercial vacant land. This would make it just above five, just above 5
Right.
acres,
Correct.
just for everyone's
No,
knowledge.
appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? And Allison, I'll ask that you note that we will notify conservation as indicated. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, Tony, catch basin cleaning bid award.
Okay. So that we went out to bid for catch basin cleaning, and we received 3 bids. The low bid was for W.R. Grieger Excavation Company, a $27.50 per basin. And Warren has done some research on, first of all, we've used that company for several projects here around town over the years. And they've performed excellent on each of those projects, including some recent projects. The bid identifies which vehicle the person would use in the process, and whether he owns it or not, I don't know, nor is that a concern. The fact is that he's using this equipment for catch basin cleaning.
So the bid requests.
It requests the year, make, and model of the, and the type of equipment you'll be using for the cleaning of the catch basins.
And in this situation, should that turn out to not be the case, and if we award a bid and we find out that that's not the case, or what they're using is not adequate or in
Sure.
line with what we want, at that point in time,
We could change.
Okay.
Yep, and the only other thing I would comment is, we have to use a town staff member to accompany
Mhm.
this for various functions as part of the process. So the longer the person takes, the longer we tie up a staff member for this process. So that's what he's referencing, wanting to limit this to 50 days. And that's what
Oh,
was
gotcha.
mentioned.
And that hadn't been done in the past? That hadn't been a
No,
requirement
that's
in the
some-
past?
No, yeah, that was something that we wanted to limit the amount of time.
I got it. Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay.
So in your opinion, based on the public comment we had, I don't, oh,
See if we get a motion.
Oh, I'm
And then
sorry.
we'll discuss it, during it, if we could go through the process. So, do we have a motion to approve the bid award?
I can make, so, yeah, for purposes of more discussion, I'm happy to make the motion to award bid number 2024-11 to W.R. Grieger Excavation at $27.50 per catch basin for 1,639 basins.
And for purpose of discussion, I'll second that.
The only other comment I want to make is, I would not accept a lower bid during a bid process for a bid process you've already had. I don't know if you could,
so that was my question.
you'd have to
Don't have it.
cancel.
It'd have to go out, back out to
Go
rebid.
back out to bid.
I
You can't
mean-
just, because then the other vendor will say, whoa, I could lower mine to $24 a bid. What are you taking his bid for?
I have never seen an on-the-fly, if we got to reduce, a proposed bid, and as I sit here legally, I have some concerns that you could even entertain something like that
Right.
without putting it back out to bid,
That's
saying, all
correct.
right, folks.
Correct.
Let's do this again,
Right.
now this guy's saying whatever.
Usually you only put something out back out the bid if there's like a problem with the bid, or you don't get enough bids, or there's gotta be a reason to go back out the bid, you just don't.
I mean, he made his pitch, right, so, I mean,
Yeah, so like,
Innovative.
is the reason that he presented in public comment being like a new protocol that the town implemented of 50-day window, and his cost increase as a result of that? Like, would that be a reason enough to go back out to bid? Cause it was kind of unprecedented,
It was known, he saw the bid and he responded, so.
And there was never any questions.
And,
You could also have asked questions during the bid
During the
process.
Yeah, there
bidding
were no questions
process.
during the bid process that I'm
And,
aware of.
and how long have they serviced us, Janet's Sweeping and Property Care?
He has serviced us for, I'm not sure exactly how many years, but it's been many years.
I feel for that.
As do I.
You know,
I agree.
Do we go out to bid every year for this?
Every year we go out to bid.
So I'll come back next year, hopefully. That 50-day piece, is there any language that, not going backwards, but in the future, we could put something like, barring unforeseen circumstances, and I mean, if there's a hurricane that comes through in the middle of that
Right.
and you've got more than 50 days, is there some clause you can put in there to assure a vendor potentially, oh, I'm not gonna get on the hook, let's say there is a hurricane or
suppose-
there's something out of
Yeah,
my control,
Probably a different way we could do it is to have the,
Yeah.
um,
at the discretion
have their,
of,
or to have as part of the bid process, the person say how many days it's gonna take them.
yeah.
and then
Yeah.
use that as factored into your discussion.
It's not about this vote, because we have this vote on the table and we've got this bid process the way it is, but just in future.
Yeah.
Tony,
Yeah.
what we heard earlier, is that actual, that this is the first time we've ever put a time thing on the bid?
This is, to my knowledge, yes.
Other contracts have had.
Other contracts have,
Very much.
just not for this one.
Do you fear, Tony, at all, or think that we could burn a bridge or lose a potentially reliable and good contractor if we proceed with the current
I
motion?
don't, I'm not sure. I don't.
Yeah, how would you know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
The only thing, yeah, I mean, Warren knows a lot more about this than I do, and he would be the one you'd have to ask about if you have any specific questions about the process.
I'm gonna ask Nick, just so you, because my issue here is I understand and I appreciated exactly what he brought to the table in terms of public comment, but as far as the process is concerned, there's, you know, it leaves me with great concern in terms of doing anything that would leave the town open to not only, even if it's not liability, of it kind of changing our process to cater to a particular public comment. It could be risky business,
Absolutely.
you know, and
Could.
so
Yes, it
there's,
could.
we're at the point in the process, it almost seems as if you know, if there was conversation previous to this, we're voting on a bid process. We're going with the low bidder. It's what we normally do, particularly in this situation.
Correct, especially in a situation like
You know,
this.
so it's like we're going with the low bidder, not knowing, particularly myself, everything that he's put in, the proposed, person who we want to award this to has given every indication that he can perform the job at the price that is the lowest that we have. And I recognize that there might be other circumstances that this gentleman's brought up. I'm loyal, I usually am loyal.
I just want to change something. I just
Sure.
looked at last year's bid, and this was in last year's bid also,
Okay,
the 50-day time period.
No,
I was mistaken on
I
that.
just noticed it.
I appreciate it.
I didn't.
So
I-
it wasn't last year's bid?
Yeah, it was, yes. I'm looking at document right now.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So, there's no difference.
No, there's no difference than last year's bid.
Right. So from that perspective, I think it helps from a knowledge standpoint to understand that if something should not go well with this for whatever reason, the truck isn't what he said it was going to be, he can't perform the duties in the timeframes that he said he could perform them, those are reasons for us to kind of relook this and
Clearly,
see
if
what else we
he's not honoring the specification of the bid document, which describes the process and how you clean the catch basins, and then, we would revisit it and.
Yeah. My sense is in all, my sense is to make a change. It almost feels to me like our hands are tied in terms of moving forward based on following the bid process that we always follow.
Right.
And kind of deviating from that, I think puts us at risk in different levels.
And it's a vendor that we've used before for other projects, not catch basin cleaning, but for other projects, great success.
Despite the fact that personally I feel like, geez, I'd like to give consideration to this, I don't think it's the best thing to do in the town's interest.
And this comes up yearly,
Correct.
so
So there's another opportunity coming, in a year that that can change this.
Correct.
Yeah, I'll just go out there and say from town council's perspective, don't entertain it,
Got it.
not at this point.
Mhm.
Next year's a new year.
And it might be nice to follow up with, Kevin, I believe,
Kevin, Mr. Lohman.
considering the loyalty in our past, just to explain why,
And
or
I'm
maybe
happy-
he's listening.
I'm happy to do so after I consult with Warren and get some additional information, or have me and Warren do that. Not a problem at all, I think he deserves it.
Yeah.
He's been doing business with the town for a long time, I'm happy to do that. So-
Thank you, I would feel better about that.
Well,
It's another note for tomorrow, Alice.
One question that was raised was whether or not this was a vendor that had enough experience to be able to actually do the job as it was bid out. And I'm assuming that Warren has done his work on that.
That's correct.
If that
Yep.
proves to be wrong, then
Then we have recourse.
that's
Right.
that's a different Yeah, I mean, that's a different problem
Right.
than the bid process. It's a problem of how it's executed.
Correct, that's correct.
Additional comments, questions? I'll put it to a vote. All in favor of awarding the bid as, the motion indicated? Okay, motion carries unanimous, and we have a bid waiver request next.
Okay, and the final item is a bid waiver to use state contract to purchase a police vehicle. We do this every year pretty much because the state police buys these vehicles in bulk. So we just piggyback on a state bid that they use for the state vehicles. So it's to buy a police interceptor, a 2025 Ford Utility Police Interceptor all-wheel drive hybrid SUV.
Hybrid.
Yay.
I'll make the motion to forego the bid process and utilize, quote, MHQ to provide a new 2025 Ford Utility Police Interceptor all-wheel drive hybrid SUV or a dealership that can honor the state bid price.
And this is in accordance with our budget. It's in our budget. This is just the purchasing piece.
Is there a second?
Second.
Just out of curiosity, how many, we buy a vehicle every year, you said?
Mhm.
And how many vehicles do we have?
In the
20?
fleet.
Yeah.
They
No,
did tell us
not
in
20.
our budget
Yeah,
Yeah, they did, I
hearings.
do remember that, and that's
I
why I
don't
was gonna.
know.
I
can't
could
remember
look
what
it up
was.
in
It's like
notes.
26,
18.
20,
Oh.
20 something.
And this will be the only hybrid, because the previous one.
What was
Correct.
right.
This
That's
will
right.
be
This would
their
be the
only
first hybrid.
hybrid.
Yeah.
First
Right.
hybrid, I
It's our
think.
The
second
second one
purchase,
we've
but-
got,
Oh,
the only one we'll have,
Right.
Oh, that's right, that one
It's
that
the
got
got
into an
totaled.
accident.
and we couldn't replace them, yeah. Did we vote on them?
we made the motion.
Made the motion in a second.
Maria
I
seconded
just wasn't
it,
sure, I just made a
believe.
comment, and I wasn't sure if there was any other comments. No other comments, seeing none, all in favor? It's unanimous. Thank you, Tony.
Okay,
What's next?
that's it
That's
for,
it.
that's it for me.
You were gonna do-
There's another bid award for the Beecher feasibility and building study, which was discussed previously, a little bit by the superintendent. And, so, do we have a presentation?
Sure, and there's some documents in your packet about this as well. The Beecher Infrastructure Building Committee is coming to you tonight with a recommendation to award a bid for a consultant to deliver us the information and the deliverables that we need to get to Goal 2, Strategy 6, Tactic E.
Right.
In the strategic plan.
Nicely integrated.
Very nice.
Absolutely. This will give us the deliverables needed for that tri-board meeting between the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and Board of Education. And the finances for this bid, this was the money that was approved in the capital non-recurring budget under Beecher Road School. So this is the money that is already in the budget and has been designated for this work. So this work piggybacks on the work that the Board of Ed did a while ago in identifying some of the challenges, the work that the ad hoc committee of the Board of Ed did in identifying possibilities of how to address those challenges, and now on to the building committee to continue that work. So we've got a lot going on in town, so I'm going to give you a very brief overview, bring you up to speed on what the work that we're doing is, why we're doing it, and why we're doing it now. I first want to thank Superintendent Tenska for passing along the compliment from our consultant about our thoroughness and our process. That was kind of her to relay, but I want to take a moment to acknowledge and thank the whole team on the building committee because the entire team really committed to both an aggressive and time-consuming schedule in these last 6 weeks. So we can both ensure that the roof and drainage and site work projects were continuing on schedule, and so that we could really engage in some thoughtful conversation and deliberate discussions about moving forward with our space planning needs for Beecher. So this work wouldn't be possible, and tonight this awarding this discussion of this bid wouldn't be possible without the work of Lynn Piazzik and Marty Halprin, Jeff Hughes, Justin Rem, Teresa Ramia, Donovan Lofters, along with our dedicated administrative team, Vonda Tenska, Donna Coonan, and Vito Asparo, and of course under the direction of Tony and Mika tonight. So I want to make sure that they're recognized. We've spent a lot of time together over the last 6 weeks. And we spent a lot of time together because we wanted to be very intentional about what we were delivering for the money that we were spending. We came up with 3 goals, and those goals were, again, a culmination of all of that work from the committees before us on what we wanted to deliver in this process and what we wanted to ask of the firms that we interviewed in this process. And the first goal was that we wanted a capital improvement schedule for the Beecher Road campus. It is an expansive building, it has a lot of square footage, and Donna Coonan, our Director of Business and Operations, along with administration, and Vito Asparo, our Director of Facilities, has been working very hard to put together a comprehensive capital plan, but also a capital plan that has been on schedule and reflects the life cycle of the facilities and the life cycle of the mechanicals that are in the building. This work with a capital improvement schedule will round out that work and will give the town a 5, 10, and 15-year look at what the work that needs to be done to maintain that facility at Beecher Road School. So we can more thoughtfully plan and accurately, we are thoughtful, but more accurately plan capital improvement projects for that campus based on that work. So that's our first goal. Our second goal was addressing the needs for appropriate educational spaces and for our program needs and for our current students. And we spoke a lot about that when we gave our presentation of our findings from the ad hoc committee that was presented to the Board of Ed last June and to the Boards of Finance and Selectmen last July. A couple of examples I'll briefly touch on. Bringing our special ed services back in-house several years ago, we did not have as high of an enrollment, so we were able to integrate them, and now we find we do need to make some dedicated spaces for those students or for that programming. We also need dedicated spaces for our specials, dedicated spaces for ELL, library, maker spaces, and just for the way that education is taught today, as opposed to large classrooms of students doing work. It's more of the interactive engagement type of classroom spaces that we need. And the third goal was to address the needs for our increase in capacity, for the projected increase in our enrollment, of which we have 2 studies, 2 recent studies, and of course some other studies from other towns that also cite Woodbridge's enrollment as increasing, although the rest of the state enrollment for elementary age students is decreasing. So those were our 3 goals, and in order to get to the deliverables for that tri-board meeting, we needed to have a comprehensive feasibility study for Beecher Road campus, and along with that, an education specification study. The education specification study is the study in which the planners come in, they speak to administration, they speak to the grade level leaders, they speak to your specials teachers, they speak to security, they speak to information technology, and they take a look at the space you have and understand from programmatic and curriculum needs what type of spaces are needed in the school. What really types of classroom spaces, how big do those spaces need to be, and how do they reflect how the curriculum is taught today? That is the education specification study. It is also a requirement for state grant funding that study be done by these professionals. The second study that we're asking for is the feasibility study. And a feasibility study will take a look at the building as a whole. The capital improvement schedule will come out of that comprehensive look at the building. And then it will look at the current layout of the school. It'll take a look at the education specification study and what they feel is needed. And we'll try to fit what is needed in the space that we have. Or the space that we have with a renovation, or the space that we have with, possibly an additional building attached, or an addition to it. They will look at what those options would be. Getting to that tri-board meeting, which one of the documents in your packet was a timeline that Antonozzi and Associates had presented, and there were 2 iterations of that. Both of them have the tri-board meeting happening in late November, early December. For that meeting, they would present the capital improvement schedule, they would present their comprehensive feasibility study, And what we asked them to price out for us so that we could have the most accurate financials, knowing what this entire process was gonna cost, is we asked them to price out what 5 different options would be, generally speaking, so that we would know what it would cost to do both the layouts and the engineering and the financial analysis and estimates of those options to present at that tri-board meeting. We talked in our second round of interviews. The RFP went out, we had 5 responses, we interviewed 4 firms. One of the firms did not really have a history with the scope of a project of our size. So we interviewed 4 firms. Of those 4 firms, we brought 2 back for some clarification of financials and to clarify what our goals and objectives on the deliverables would be. And as a result of that, you have the fee schedule there as the bids have come in, and the committee voted to recommend Antonazzi Associates as the firm to come in and do those studies for us. I would like to clarify on the financials that the options that were presented, not necessarily options that the committee feels like this is the direction we're going in, but we wanted to have an idea of what it would cost to do the estimates and the engineering for those options. We asked during the second round of interviews how many options they felt was reasonable and best to present at that tri-board meeting, and they thought that it was best to present 3 to 4 options, maybe 3 options, and one of those options had kind of 2 iterations of it. So it is entirely possible that we will not need to do the engineering and financial estimates for all 5 options, but the total of all 5 options, the reimbursables, and the feasibility study and capital improvement schedule are all reflected in the total.
And to clarify, does this include both the education specification study and the feasibility study?
The education specification study is a $15,000 amount that is already awarded in
Okay.
another
Okay.
contract. Yep.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm happy to entertain questions, thoughts, comments.
Well, thank you, that was really thorough and clear.
You're welcome.
I'd like to just point out that the option 3 on the page there is specifically looking at option 1 and 2, is just basically utilizing existing space and including the 1 and 2 do not include the pool, and 3 would mean the pool. The reason I mentioned that is specifically because that would then give us, doing it like that, gives us a clear understanding as to what it costs to do the pool.
Correct.
So
And thank you
I
for
think
that.
that's important.
Yeah, it is very important, and also, of
Well-
note, the 2 firms that we brought back for that second round of interviews, both firms have experience turning old pool spaces into classroom spaces at other existing buildings within the state. So they have prior experience with building code and what needs to be done, and that's reflected in their estimate of what it would cost to engineer and do the financial estimates for that.
Do you have any understanding as to why there's such a big discrepancy?
So that was one of it's an excellent point, and it's one of the reasons why we brought a couple of the firms back for clarification. The initial RFP went out just asking about the options with financial estimates, and in our discussions in the building committee, we really felt that a comprehensive feasibility study that would also deliver us that capital improvement schedule was absolutely imperative, so that we could say we really looked at all of the options, and we had some professionals help guide us as to what the best of those options would be. And so we went ahead and added an addendum to the RFP, and then the firms all had a chance to respond to that. So one of some of the feedback that we got in that initial interview and presentation process was a firm came to us and said, we can redo our financials. And I think some of us kind of thought that perhaps they had included parts of that feasibility study within the options also. And so now that they were doing it separately, would that change? And it did change a little bit, but not enough to impact the magnitude of the difference.
To Andrea's point, Maria, correct me if I'm wrong, but the committee met to assure that the bidder we went with is indeed can and will provide everything that we're looking for.
Right,
Correct.
just because they're the lowest
Lowest,
bidder
correct.
Right.
isn't the only reason. They're
Correct.
also
Correct.
competent and capable.
Absolutely. And, one of also we have been able to actually see a deliverable from them. A deliverable on both a capital improvement schedule and a completed feasibility study with options presented and cost estimates. So we were able to actually view a finished product of their deliverable, and it is exactly what we are looking for. That includes the presentation at the tri-board meeting, and it also includes engagement with the community at least one town meeting or town forum. But yes, that our question was are we getting the work that we are asking for that price? And we are.
Thank you for the information, and at this point in time, I'll ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion to award the bid to Antonazzi and Associates for $90,700.
I'll second.
So I was gonna ask a question about the dollar amount. So it's 90,700 with option 1, option 2, option 3, 4, and 5, all
Correct.
options being done. Is there a way to save some money by saying, well, don't do option 1 and 2 if you're doing, it's, at least the way it's described in the note, it seems like the later options include,
Correct.
yeah.
So we would get to a point where that total number is the maximum, and we may get to a point where there's only 3 of those, options that are estimated out and presented at the tri-board meeting. So then we wouldn't pay for
Right.
the other 2 that are there. So that is correct. That would be a cost savings, and that money would stay in the capital non-recurring budget.
Right, so because the option 5 says a separate building, which
Correct.
is probably gonna be the most costly, let me just guess.
And again, these aren't
Yeah.
options that the committee was partial to. We didn't want to get to the point of the feasibility study almost being done and the firm saying to us, okay, here's the,
Yeah, it can't be
4 or
done
5
any
more
other way.
feasible option. If you want us to price them out, here's another dollar amount to consider. We wanted all that financial information up front.
Right.
And so we put, outlines of what could possibly be done
Right.
so that we could get these numbers now and
Okay.
know what we were headed into.
So with that in mind, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that we say up to 90,700, because you have the ability to save a lot of money here, especially if, what I'd like to better understand, and I think this fits in with what we're gonna do in the strategic plan, is how are we going to fit the timing of this cost into our bond, our ability to go out to bond? Because, Tony talks to us all the time, including tonight, about how we cannot increase our bonded indebtedness too fast. We have to balance
Right.
all these things. So if it, and I will say that we were at this point in the past and then stopped. Antonazzi was one of the bidders at the time, back 2002, 2004, 5, whatever it was. So we did expend this same money back then. It was a lot less because we had plans done. But then when it came to that tri-board, there was a really tight look at what can we afford, when could we afford it, and that is what halted that project and caused us to do the renovation in 2013 instead. So I really appreciate all the work that's being done, because I understand the pressures on the building, the needs to transform that instructional space especially, and do something with the pool area as well to potentially bring that back into instructional space. I think as you go forward, if you start to see that there's a way to do something faster, that you may not need all these options.
Correct.
You may
Yep.
see this in the next couple months, and then when we see it in November, you may be able to send us something that can fit into bonding, et cetera. So with that friendly amendment, just to say up to.
Or
sounds
or not to exceed, is that okay?
Sure, not to exceed.
And just to clarify too, that number would not include any, let's say there is something that would go forward after that tri-board meeting. This number doesn't include any pre-referendum work that then the firm would do. So that would be something additional to come back, and there is still money set aside for this project, but that this number does not include any other pre-referendum or community outreach work other than the tri-board meeting and perhaps one community outreach after that. Actually, not perhaps, and one community outreach after that.
So the timeline in the packet, which indicates some public presentations both in August and September, and then the other public presentation is the tri-board meeting. Are you saying that, I mean, potentially, you only want that public presentation at the tri-board meeting? Because why tell the community we're doing things that we're not maybe gonna do?
Some of that was some discussion,
Input?
yeah. And that's part of that's
So that
part
is
of the building,
included.
that's part of that is included, that's part of the feasibility study. What would be is you look out to the far right of that, and I think afterwards, I think maybe January, February, March, they had some pre-referendum work in there. If it would come to that point, that is not included in this original number.
And
Here.
let me just clarify something. They're calling it pre-referendum, but it's town meeting, the way we've done it in the past,
Referendum.
referendum voting.
The renovation was a referendum, for sure.
My understanding is that it would be similar to what we did for the recent bonding.
You could do it that way, but the renovation that we did in 2013 was a referendum.
Okay.
Because
So
it's a
it might be a
very
referendum.
bigger dollar amount than the 3.5 we just did for the roof. It's a much, I mean, I don't know what this is gonna be. But the renovation was 13 to 15.
Yeah, considering the amount would be,
Right.
I can understand that, so.
Yeah.
But if I'm understanding what you're saying, Maria, is after you take it to the tri-board meeting and they say, okay, this is something we wanna do, between then and, are we talking one meeting between then and the time we actually take a vote?
For,
For a public meeting, you said that includes one public meeting, and then if we wanted anything more than that, we would have to pay for it.
correct, and I think we would want some work
Yes,
ahead of
I
that, and perhaps a consultant as well, in there for that, because we want input and engagement from the community, and we would want this to be a process that the town is on board with, as well. So I think that there would be, a lot more work, and they are capable of that work, but we wanted that process to come to the tri-board meeting with these deliverables first, so that we could decide how to move
But
forward
it is
from that.
important to
Yeah.
understand that addition is not part of this.
Correct.
So when we say not to exceed, it's for the work that we have.
It's for these deliverables, right, correct, to get to this tri-board meeting.
Up to the tri-board, right? So
Up to
we're- this
tri-board
is-
and a public presentation that they will also include with that as well, in addition to the tri-board.
And then after that, it's a matter of, I guess it's gonna be depending on what strategy you wanna use. Do you wanna actually have construction costs so that you have a real dollar amount to go out to referendum? Or do you wanna say,
Well,
'cause this
those
is
costs-
where reimbursables come in when you file with the state, which we won't do. Filing with the state is not until next June, right?
I think the application process is anytime from January 1st through to June 30th, and the state does allow you to file, even if you're not gonna have that town meeting or referendum until after June 30th, as long as you have a date scheduled for it, but the way that this timeline is set up, it appears that work would be done ahead of time, and again, it would depend on what they found those options to be, and we're gonna let that feasibility study guide us as to what they think those best options would be, and best being best for the educational processes, but also what is the most fiscally responsible of those. And all of those estimates, I mean, that's part of the work that they're doing in the options. Those estimates will include what part of that is reimbursable by state funding, based on our square footage, and based on, what areas of the building we're working with.
And the timing we
And
filed.
right, so all of that cost estimate is going to include that. So we'll be able to have a look at, option B, what are the costs gonna be per square footage, what part of that is reimbursable, et cetera. So we're gonna have some real data to go on to make some informed decisions moving forward.
Right, that sounds good. And maximizing that state reimbursement to the extent that we
Abs-
have it. We don't get a lot, but
Absolutely.
we want every dollar, yeah.
And I would say that, especially, all of the firms really did, but especially, the top couple firms that we called back have extensive experience working with them, and especially with the Connecticut statutes were just revised again. And so a lot of them, Antonazi in particular, has some experience getting things through, on the first pass as well, so.
Very good,
So I'll accept the friendly amendments there to
excellent.
the motion to not to exceed $90,700.
And I will
Sounds good.
second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Thank you.
Maria.
Thank you very much, Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicely done. Personnel Committee, Sheila, Andrea. I will,
Sure, we can, Personnel Committee, I can summarize what we did, and I'll do it really fast, because boy, are we getting late now. We reviewed and received a recommendation from the Library Commission for Head of Adult Services, and I don't have her name in front of me though. Can you?
Her name is
Jenna
Jenna
Anthony.
Anthony.
Jenna Anthony, and that was a recommendation that came to us, and then Personnel Committee voted to send it forward. I'll tell you everything we did, and then we can take the motions, right? So we also reviewed the position of Chief Animal Control Officer, and we received a recommendation there and are unanimously passing it forward to hire Jess Moffo into that role.
To promote.
Promote
Yeah.
into that role. She's an
She's
existing
already existing
ACO.
employee,
Yep.
right?
Okay, and then we reviewed with the town clerk what we're calling a succession plan for the town clerk. She's notified us that she's looking to make some changes. So the first part of that is the town clerk will go to part-time beginning August and through December of this year. We would like to, we entertained the recommendation to promote Kim
Rue?
Rowe, maybe? Rue?
Rue.
Okay, to a role of deputy, and to have that begin as a full-time employment beginning July 1. She's currently employed, so that's also promotion. And then the town clerk has notified us that she's intending to retire at the end of December, but we will be seeing a new recommendation come. She'll come back to the Personnel Committee, and we'll consider that further. So she's not retiring right now, she's just moving into a part-time role. And that was also unanimously forwarded to this group from personnel. So that's the committee report. Now I think we need motions, right?
So I'll motion to approve the hire of Jenna Anthony as Head of Adult Services at $67,000 a year, beginning in mid-July.
second. Is there any discussion?
Do we need to specify head of, I'm sorry, you said
Adult Services.
adult services, okay,
At the library.
at the library.
Questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, thank you.
I'll make a motion to promote Jess Moffo to the position of Chief Animal Control Officer.
Go ahead,
Second?
Mika.
No, I'm
Got
good.
it, Mika?
I will second that one then.
Oh, I just wrote your name.
Oh, fine, keep it, whatever.
Any questions, comments? All in favor?
I'll make a motion to approve Kim Rue moving to full-time and being appointed as Deputy Town Clerk effective July 1, 2024.
Second.
And so I just want to make sure people understand there'll be 1 month where there's 2 full-time,
Correct.
deputy town clerk and town clerk.
That's correct.
And then, and then it'll go to a full-time and a part-time until December.
Right.
And Tony has said that we'll have a net positive, it won't really it will not negatively impact our
That's correct.
budget.
It will not negatively impact our budget.
That's the important.
Right.
The other important thing is Stephanie's staying, Stephanie will be overseeing the training as Kim,
Yes.
as a deputy comes in, so it really provides a very nice migration.
Particularly with the
And,
presidential
and
election.
really,
Particularly with the presidential
Stephanie
election.
is doing us a favor,
Yeah.
given the election,
Yeah.
and
Tremendous.
keeping on during
Right.
this kind of unprecedented and very busy fall.
That's
Uh,
Correct.
yes.
Yeah.
All right, all in favor? Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is commission updates and appointments, and I'd like to start this by saying, I have a number of commission openings that we are hoping to fill. I did receive a number of nominations, and ordinarily what I would do with those nominations, I would call those individuals just to speak with them, just to literally just introduce myself, let them know who I am and what I see the role as and things of that nature. I would also make sure that you folks all, within plenty of time, had an opportunity to view their resumes and their individuals, so that if you wanted to, for whatever reason, reach out, you could do that as well. I did not do that. I just did not do that this time. So whereas I had hoped to have almost all of these vacancies filled, I did not do that. So there were a few very specific vacancies that I thought we had discussed enough, or we know the individuals enough to move forward with. That said, I think it's very important that we fill these multiple vacancies that still exist. I'd like to ask the board if you would consider, particularly if we need to do a special meeting, which I think we will, for the Lucy Street situation. I'd like to see us consider having a meeting on the 26th, which is the date, the last Wednesday that we usually hold for this. And I say that before I've checked my schedule.
I already checked your schedule, you're
Thank you.
free.
Okay, thank you. But I would like to just say that I'd like to consider that for, if we do have a special meeting on that date, it would be for that. It would also be for this. And at this time, and before we get to the last item on the agenda, I would consider, or ask you to consider, whether we would want to table our last agenda item to the next meeting as well. But let's just take one thing at a time, and let's just do our commission updates and appointments as they exist right now.
And then talk about the 26th, or are we,
And then, yeah, we can do that as part of the next agenda item.
okay.
Okay. But I did want to let you know why there are only these items on the agenda at this time.
Thank you.
So,
Yes, first we have the town clerk, so I'll move to appoint Kim Rue as deputy town clerk to fill the vacancy of a 4-year term commencing July 1, 2024 and ending December 31, 2027.
David,
Yeah, well, I just had a question.
please.
When were these resumes available to us? I didn't see them earlier before I left. And
I
didn't
know
see them
Allison
until
made sure we
this
sent them
morning.
out today.
They did go out today, because other than the deputy town clerk, I was searching for, I didn't get confirmation until a week exactly. I got the resumes out to you today.
For me, I would prefer to table it until we've had time to actually read the resume.
Is that for all of
The
agenda?
deputy
items?
town clerk is a little different. There's not a I mean, that resume is out, but that's because of what we
It's
just
fine,
discussed a
that's fine,
moment.
but the other ones I would rather table. If we want to move ahead with that one, if that is unnecessary for a resume, but for the commissions, I think the other ones.
So we have a motion for the first one.
We have a
Let's do
motion
that
for the
one.
first one. Let's just, since everyone's okay with that, did we get a second on that one?
We did not,
I'll second.
Second?
right?
Okay.
Now we do.
So, for the deputy town clerk, is there
Can I
any,
make a comment?
please?
The resume is in here under the personnel committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's in there under the appointments.
And so the town clerk's has been in there now for about a week.
Correct. Hers is
Because
in
the
there about a week.
personnel
Right,
committee
thank
met,
you.
but,
And the
Okay.
reason we're doing two separate things is this is an appointment to deputy town clerk. We
Right.
promoted somebody, but they don't have an appointment until we
Okay.
appoint
Correct,
them.
that's great, right,
Yep.
correct.
Yep.
All right, is there any other comment with regard to that one? All in favor? Thank you. Sheila, did you put your hand up?
I said,
Okay,
yes,
oh, I'm sorry.
definitely.
Okay,
Not stopping now, Mika.
all right, in terms of, from a protocol standpoint or order standpoint, David, I'm gonna entertain your suggestion as a motion, or I'd like you to make it as a motion that we table the other two until another time.
can we just clarify really quick how many people are being nominated for would be
One.
other?
There's one
It'd
There's
be
one
one,
vacancy. There's one for vacancy, and
And one
there's one
for
additional
housing.
required for housing, correct,
okay.
correct,
So there's two resumes that are in
correct.
here, one for each.
So,
But there are others that are outstanding that we also have people for that we should be considering, that the nominations have been made by nominating bodies. I mean, I've sent in 3 nominations for this, 3 different nominations, only one of which appears on the agenda today.
Right.
So there are others that have been
Yes, but no, for these specific ones. And as I said, yes, ordinarily I would. In this case, I thought for the EDC, the resume that you received today is one that it's for a Democratic position, so I thought we could do that one. And the other one was somebody who I think everyone on this board is familiar enough with to not have to necessarily reference the resume, which is the reasons I put those two on there. Just so you know. But I'm happy to entertain a motion for us to table this if you'd like, and then we can take a vote on it.
How do you want to proceed, Dave?
So moved. I mean, if there'll be a second to it.
Is there a second?
I'm sorry, the
To
motion
table.
is to table.
To table
Okay.
these until the next time we meet, correct? That is the motion, correct, David?
Yeah, and, yes, and if you'd like to discuss that, I could say why I think we have to table that.
So I'll second for the sake of discussion.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
It's just simply for process. We, the board, are responsible for all of these appointments, specifically to commissions, and boards and commissions. And I think even though we may know people really well and feel that we're comfortable with it, if there is any member of the board who doesn't, I don't know the EDC candidate myself personally, so, I think the process should be honored, and we should have time to go through the resume, properly look at it, and then actually deliberate and vote.
Appreciate it. Additional comments? Anybody? David, I'll make the comment that I agree with you. I have no problem with that. Again, as I said, that's specifically the reason that I didn't put the other candidates or nominees on here, was specifically because I didn't feel we did follow the process, and I didn't give you enough time to take a look at them. So, needless to say, I did that because I agree with what you're saying, thinking that these might be, the exception. I understand that you don't feel that way, and I don't have any problem with tabling it if that's the way the board wants to go. So, anybody else? Those
I mean, I
two
do
big-
think the two committees are both committees that are heavily involved in work in the town. And, I think it would be helpful for people to get on board
Sooner rather than later.
sooner rather than later, considering that there's a lot to catch up on, and they're doing a lot of work. But, I hear that too as someone who likes to read up on everything beforehand. I mean, the resumes are about a page each, and I think they've.
What I'll add to that, Maria, is we mentioned the possibility of doing something on the 26th. If the board members feel that that's something that's feasible based on looking at your schedules, then we're talking 2 weeks.
Fair enough.
I think I'm comfortable with that.
Okay?
And as, to your point, Maria, I understand the value of that, but in any public meeting that our boards and commissions have, anybody can attend. So you may not be able to be part of the quorum or make a vote, but to get up to speed is not really a difficult item if we know that they're under consideration and they have the initiative to want to attend.
And I agree with you
Fair
both,
enough.
because that's one of the reasons I put their names down, is because they're big commissions.
Yeah.
And EDC's been operating without full commissions, but, so I agree with you both. But I have no issues with doing it for 2 weeks to make sure that we follow the process and that everybody's given the opportunity to vet and/or digest the information that's associated with this. Okay, well, go on, Andrea.
I'm just very sorry that I did not reserve that Wednesday, the 26th. I'm limited with my kid time when I have them.
I understand.
So we will be away that night. I'm happy to call in, or.
You can be up on the screen.
Or you can proceed without me. It would be okay.
Well, okay.
So I just want to say that when we're talking about.
This was
tabling
the
this-
only agenda item. I think David can represent your
Yeah.
your position and your point of view, or anyone that you designated could. But I'm also thinking of our last agenda, unless everyone just wants to take the time to finish our executive session for the CCW discussion.
Who's on vacation on the
Tony is.
twenty-sixth,
Oh, that's not good.
FYI.
For CCW,
Yeah, that's what I'm
yeah.
talking about,
All right, so
Tony,
we
I
got-
don't think Tony's.
So that's out.
Strap in, guys.
For
All right, so be it. So let's take the vote on the current motion, if there's no additional comments.
The motion is to table the remainder appointments till a special meeting.
All in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Maria, my apologies to
No.
Sherry.
Oh.
please.
Well, there's,
And, yeah,
but
and
we're
Chris.
gonna,
Yeah, we'll get it done.
we'll get it done.
All right, our last agenda item is to move into executive session to discuss the CCW master plan update as relates to the two firms that we have just recently interviewed again. So with that, I will ask, and in that, I would like Attorney Belmonte and Tony Genovese to join us, and we will begin executive session at
9:51 PM.
Thank you.
Did you get your lunch in here?
It's behind.